DRS and you're not even holding weight. How do we trust you to play towards the top end of Tier 2 or even Tier 1? Now, Artfrost is going to have a lot of pressure on his back joining up with Amcal, and right now, he is just generating nothing.
Nada. Zero. Zilch. Might not be 0 frags on the board, but point stands on impact. Part of the reason my fat bet are starting to claim a half advantage on CT side. 9-3 is what they're aiming for in these last couple of rounds, and make no mistake, that's a very likely outcome. M4 Fighter Bondig doing some damage from beyond the mid doors, but S-Fade down to 68, no less.
Amcal haven't been able to adapt and have quicker rounds. We've seen them pretty much run the clock for the entirety. There's another situation where Marix might think about re-aggressing the longhouse, getting that backstab in from top mid. He's done it previously. Amcal are waiting for an extension, but as of right now, Favbet giving them quite a bit of respect.
"45 seconds. We're going to start forming up to look into this top of tunnels area. B site seems to be the target. S-Phase extended quite deep into mid to B. Start making some noise. They start walking. The player at the window strikes. Smash doubling up as he looks back towards the tunnel's entrance. Jeki also drops the bomb carrier from mid. AW will try trading, but it's all a lost cause here. They have the bomb with no time to recover. This is an 8th round for Favbet.
Every time they've done that short fake, they just haven't been able to pull enough of a rotation away. You've got 2 defenders on B of Smash and Jeki, and then sort of your third rotate player that's not even being smoked on mid to B. So that allows Bondik to basically swing out on the contact of Smash, and between the lot of them, they just start clotheslining crossfires. This has been a pretty awful performance from Amcal. I mean, considering how good the pistol round was, the sick clutch that we saw from S-Fade, losing the anti-eco, but then winning back to get the 2-1, you're sort of expecting to at least run away with it, maybe get up to 6, 7 T rounds, and instead it's looking highly likely that they're going to be 3-9 down at the turn.
Orpin, Artfrost. Look at this extension from Jeki as well. Artfrost doesn't see it coming, and neither does Stinks. Double up, bomb carrier, not swung upon just yet, but not like it matters. Look at the control the Favbet have here. Looking down tunnels where AW peaks in attention, who lands his AWP frag. Amcal not showing up to play today.
One of the weakest maps in the pool too for Favbet. They're very inconsistent on Dust 2, and they've struggled against even weaker teams on it.
Yeah.
Now, this is a fantastic showing from Bondik and co. They will be so pleased with the performance they put in the first half. And it was nice that Bondik was sort of at the helm of the start of the first few rounds, wasn't he? He was fragging out, he was having some good impact towards A, and then slowly we've seen more impact from everybody else.
Two more frags to find. Dry walking into the tunnels gives the kill over to Smash. Bomb being dropped. Flash. Waiting for a secondary peek. S-Fade. Trying to get some sort of control, which is never going to happen. 9-3. Overwhelming for Favbet. 6 rounds to the good. Amcal. Very slow start in the series.
And perhaps the conversation is lack of experience playing on HLTV in the recent day. I mean, I'm looking at Amcal in the last 3 months, and they've played just 43 maps on HLTV. That's not a lot. I mean, we had Eklot that were on before, and they're at 150. We had Sashi on before, they're at 140. Favbet, I mean, even for their sake, this is their 29th best of 3 on HLTV, whereas for Amcal, this is their 16th. So maybe that is a little bit of a difference that they're playing an ESEA Advanced. They're playing so many open qualifiers because their VRS ranking just isn't good enough to get here.
Maybe you're starting to see a little bit of why. Second stage pistols, second half is live. Favbet, 40 rounds to close. Amcal kind of need to win this pistol to stay alive on their own map pick.
Amcal just know that we've been able to stall and halter out there on B, but we don't have info elsewhere. You've got the short player that's aggressive, that's sort of jiggling down there and keeping eyes towards the lower tunnels. You've also got a jiggler out there to long. No contact, no sound, but a HE gets thrown in on a timing to the longhouse. Unfortunately, it's probably about 15 seconds too early.
Stinks sees one, taps miss completely. As FabBet now look to move on to the long control. In from house. Taps of the Glocks and P250 drawing attention back. 3 CTs to defend here right now. They're lined up for a moment. Flash in for Stinks to get ahead of the smoke. Tensions watching it. Kill gets found for FabBet to start once again. Amcal pushed away from the A-bomb site, locked out with no chance to get back in, at least not for now. Retakes up for Tards.
AW is hoping for an overpeak on the bomb site directly, but it's just not coming. This is a really passive line of engagement for the T's.
Kalash walking out to elbow. Opponent center of the bomb site and also outside of it. Bondik gets overwhelmed by AW, doubling up on those Julies. Marek's forced to fight now. Their attention turned away from the default plant position. Marek's attention, get those 2 kills in. Jeki now looks to get his own piece of the pie, which he will take. And FabBet have the pistol.
And this is AW who's put up individual sequences and just not been warranted with teammate support. We saw it previously on the B-bomb site in the first half. We're now seeing it out there towards A on the retake. He's generating kills. He's creating a chance, and just no one else is finding any connections. You look at the numbers, 6 for Clash, and 9 for Stinks, 2 for Artfrost, and 7 for S-Fade. It's low. Everyone is struggling.
Broken sprints from force back into the next. Automatic across the board to FabBet on the contrary. They're leaning into that B-bomb site through tunnels. Amcal have no hope of resisting this.
The best that they can hope for is a bait and switch. Hope that AW can drive a lot of that distraction, and then that Deagle on the left-hand side is basically not being watched.
Smash. Corner deep. Clash gets a couple out of it. 1 to his name. Eventually everyone but Bonded. AW needs to get a couple more of his own if he wants to maintain his man advantage. Again, window also overwhelmed. Backstab's coming in real quick. Tension can deal with S-Fade. Stinks. 1 trade out of 3 required for the clutch. He'll take his Deagle and lean forward inside of that smoke, but no vision means no casualties to return.
Bondik's even got a HE, so he can get that out and just do mass damage against Stinks. Another re-smoke. You might as well save. There's no point going through that. That's just never going to happen.
At least have the Kevlar upgrade for the next round, which is more than what can be said for the most part on Amcal's part. You're traditionally looking at an eco off the back of a force buy, but that would lead towards the match point or map point for FabBet. Also gets away with an AK picked up. Certainly aid in the force buy that should be incoming for them. They can't allow FabBet to continue on this momentum. They need to cripple them now, denying the map point and destroy the economy state, reset the T side.
Stinks is another one of those players that's got a reputable name in Tier 2 before joining up here on Amcal. I remember when he was playing on a squad called Envision on HLTV before he got the call up to Forza and played on the Academy team, played on the main roster there, and then most recently he was involved in Cybershock, and that's sort of Nodaneki and Levantino and those boys that play very frequently on HLTV.
Faster FabBet. Mac 10's in, Smash to check, AW gets 2 out of it. Kalash can trade back on Smash. Look for even more out of this one, and Amcal finally get a decent CT round in. Starting their half and denying FabBet their 12th, denying them any further buys as well as we are forced into the T's.
The first time we've seen a rush in pretty much the entire best of 1, or at least the first map of this Dust 2, right? First half, didn't see anything aggressive. Second half, they get to the upper tunnels quickly, but there's no execution. This time around, it's just a straight rush into the B-bomb site. And the buyback looked as if it was going to feature an AK for Jackie. I like that. I mean, he's always someone that likes using the hero weapons. Great shot from Tension to start off.
You rarely see that. Vertical flick right to the head. Scout shot against Kalash through the mid door. Had to be a headshot to connect the kill. Even has to be a headshot with the AWP to connect the kill. Excellent start. Cow. Already suffering to what FavBet have in their favor, and they're leaning up to the tunnels for another B hit. Been quick and explosive, at least stalled by the smoke for now.
AW's got to hope that there isn't a molly, and he knows that it's a light buy, so he's probably expecting that there isn't. All about first contact for this AK.
Blind sprays of 2. Art Frost involved as well. Smash Marek, Jackie down. Art Frost looking for a little bit more double dipping with the AK eventually exposed, but they do well to resist FavBet. Bondic versus 4 can only do damage from range. Certainly not going to win the round outright. Amcal now face the eco, which they forced out on the FavBet side.
Now, this is where you expect the experience of FavBet to come up trumps to just close a game out. This is still a squad that's been together for nearly a year. Yeah, we might sit there and say their form looks weak. They're an average squad. They're sort of always middle of the pack in Tier 2. They are going up against an inexperienced team, and the scoreline is massively in their favor. I have no doubts that Bondic and Co are going to get this game wrapped up on Dust 2.
Just takes one good round, and that's your map point. Amcal put in the real hard yards to bring in this comeback, because you are right, it's really on them. Even this round would give them the 12th if they place themselves correctly with the Glocks. It's very unlikely given the buy state.
Even some of their losses recently have been quite competitive against good teams in Tier 2. Like when they took a map off of OG, one of those maps still went into overtime in a loss. I look at their Na'Vi Junior series in the A1 Gaming League. Inferno, their pick, it went all the way to overtime. So we've kind of seen that they can hold weight, even if they are taking a lot of losses recently. There's competitive officials against top teams in Tier 2.
No casualties for Amcal in this round. All 5 down on FavBet easy. Gap is now 5 to the good. And 3 in a row for Amcal. Keeping their grip on this matchup at least as best as they can. They've still got to make up the round difference, and they might have a few more assistances here and there. The scout in from Tension being weakened, so no AWP available. Not like it stopped him from getting stellar kills so far, though. No flicks to the heads here in mid this time. It's a map control-based default for FavBet, looking down towards the lower tunnels.
Yeah, Tension's thinking about a mid-pop and trying to see if they can get them in quickly. Amcal, break the smoke, try and see if they can get some vision. They're going to do it again.
HE's down, nothing seen still. They peek ahead of those fades.
What you notice so frequently in professional Dust 2, Jay, is every time they hear the HG, everyone just tries to get out the way, because they just know that's what an AWP's trying to get set up for. He's just looking for that one good timing against someone that's basically sitting in the open.
FavBet playing around the ramp and short defaults.
They've got quite a bit of space. They're trying to get Jackie in for an opener, but that incendiary is going to cancel it. Now, they've got options here. They can fully commit as a short exec, or they can fake it and go mid to B split.
A little under 40 seconds to make a decision. Deeper smokes over towards the B bomb site, indicating there's something going on here as well. Is it all a ruse? Is it all a fake? It seems to be the B commit. That bomb's going to make its way in from mid to B. However, you've got one man at spawn that will try and deny it, as well as one man at window. AW's been stellar in this position so far. Alongside Kalash with the kill on Smash. Double up for Kalash. Can't get the triple though. Bondic trading 2 back. The bomb's been dropped and serve his teammates. There's a 1v3 clutch for the veteran.
Really good work from the anchors. Everyone's stepping up there on B, and Bondic just can't even get the bomb down. You get yourself into a position where, against the lurk smoke, the CT's sitting up close behind it, and even the first contact from the window individual, notice how it's not even a peek, is it? It's sort of sitting there and it's waiting for the angle to expose. And that's well done from Amcal, one of their stronger rounds, and Favbet probably felt as if they had the read. They had the right setup, but just couldn't find the important kills that were required to be able to get the trades out.
Looking at number 8 for Amcal, the half by a Favbet will try resist it, but comeback is starting to get to the manageable area, the part where you start to say, okay, maybe this might actually be on. Next rifle, and the gap would be reduced to 1.
And who would have thought in these first few matches that Art Frost joins up on Amcal? We're not even looking at him. We're looking at S-Fade or we're looking at AW. I mean, that shouldn't really be the case. Any new viewer here to Amcal wants to see what Art Frost is made of, and so far we're not witnessing much at all.
You said earlier that he should be able to farm, and he should be, but he's not in this map.
He's been very restricted, and maybe Anubis will give him a little bit more opportunity, but on Dust 2, he's been silenced.
Agreed. Time ticks down ever more on Favbet, who need to make their move. Took the split towards that B bomb site in the previous, still an option here and now. Tension is trying to prod out of the short entrance and trying to get a kill in on the A bomb site. Not going to happen though. Quick prod, the shot rings out, does not connect. They go back into that B play. AW again, check position. They look the wrong way at the wrong time. Tension can at least dig out AW. M4 picked up for Marix, who fights from range, and Smash gets up close and personal to a quick Deagle headshot. Bomb will commit 3-on-3. Tension's waiting around inside the smoke as well, trying to cut the rotations, and he misses his bullets. S-Fade can take an advantage.
Smash has got armor, but he's the one with the flash, so there's not much that he's going to be able to do in terms of setting Marix up. Off angle, HG, it's a bit early.
Eventually a fight from Stinks goes down against Marek. Smash all alone. Flashing against him, playing behind the car. AK to get on top of the boost. Sees the man, looks to engage, gets killed off. Secondary headshot for Smash is just as quick, but Art Frost even quicker to the return, and we'll have enough time for this defuse. Amcal may have only been reduced to 1 player, but they keep this comeback alive.
And that was nearly it. And for Smash, it's the right play in that 2v3 to flash a teammate and try and get a kill in. If you're Marix, you're thinking, bro, why is he deep CT? They've actually taken a lot of time off of the clock to get themselves set on the retake, but they're anticipating the move. They're anticipating that the T's are going to be fighting for space, fighting for the rotate, and he is sitting well back. You would not have been expecting that at all. A Favbet, you would have thought, by how competitive these last few rounds have been, that the job would have been finished, that we would have got to 13 already.
We play on instead. Rifle round set for Favbet. Orps for both sides. Art Frost with his incendiaries down towards the B doors, jumping past the top mid man, but didn't see him because he's hidden. It's only an AK up there.
Jackie's got a full contact here into the doors. No flash from a teammate, no smoke down towards CT, and the AWP is waiting. This is all about now if Jackie can bait the NWP.
No such allowances instead. They go back in towards short. Play towards the rifle player. There's smoke down there in that position. Kill found on Tension's part. AW is out. S-Fade Nades towards the contact of elbow. Kill gets found on Smash instead. S-Fade's down. Damage to Stinks, who's pushed out of the bomb site. Favbet, this is the one. This is the one that gets them to map point.
Just great patience. Notice how Tension is just waiting, because Marix has already been able to clear out that first sector of the doors, make sure that no one's close on the left or the right-hand side, so they can just freeze up. They can put some pressure down towards short, and Tension is just waiting for a reposition. It's an easy shot, and then it's a pure site collapse. Really good util usage with the mollies. It seems like both of the CTs are going to hold on to their weapons. Not that it makes much of a difference. Money's still really good for them. But for Favbet, that's the ticket you were looking for. And that will keep confidence high, won't it? That you've not only been able to get to map point, but the round that you've done it in, you've completely outclassed them. You haven't dropped a single casualty.
Yeah, excellent showing in the end of that round. 12-8 to map point. You've still got buys available for Amcal, but that may have been the backbreaker, and I'm so surprised to see the first tactical timeout coming in from them. I would have called it money a lot earlier if I was the coach.
Well, their head coach used to play with a few of these guys. Back on Atom Gaming, I think it was sort of AW and Kalash that he played with a little bit. Played on a couple of different squads, Nova, Martian as well. And then they've got a new analyst that was also the previous head coach of DMS. You've got some background staff that are familiar with a few of the players, familiar with the system. And now trying to implement a tier 1 AWPer into it, I'm sure is putting a lot of question to S-Fade as an in-game leader. How do you incorporate someone that takes a lot of resources, someone that maybe views the game very differently on how it's played?
Still 4 rounds to make up for Amcal. Be 4 in a row for the CT side if they want to take this to overtime, if they have to concede their map pick. An arduous end to the map. It seems like Favbet will get their way, and what a steal this could be above who are the favourites in this best of 3.
And what a difference from the Zero Tenacity Dust 2 that we saw from Amcal only a few days ago. They picked that in the best of 3. They went up 7-5 in the first half T-side. What did they get this time around? 3 rounds. That's a huge disparity of impact.
We got stressed to 11-13 in the end. Z10 were able to win out. We find that frag to start again for Amcal. Maybe Favbet will be on for similar finishes. Maybe they might get pushed all the way to the 24th. That HE not getting anywhere near Jackie. Not going to reveal him. That Incendiary going to force him back. The body block most certainly been heard there. But he's not swinging for the kill yet. The flashbang for a teammate instead, but they let it go too far. The Molotov was burned out. Jackie gets to safety.
And Marix needs to get this long player. This needs to be the crutch of splitting A. The Jackie's going to force the CT player in the open, but they need the long fight. That's what they need in order to be able to conceptually get themselves up short and into A.
15 seconds. Execution's going to come inbound right now for Favbet. Art Frost Orb holds the line. Shot onto Smash. She's scattered. Secondary player moving up. Flashbang turned away from site gain. 5 seconds, but they didn't account for the Goose player. Stinks has won it. S-Fade's there to add the finishing blows. Marix will fall. And Favbet will have to play on.
I just find that Marix is a little bit too baity in that round. First off, they don't have a lot of util, which means if you are going up against an AWP that's going to be posted on that car angle looking to elbow, he's probably going to find quite a bit of impact. I think Marix needed to come out earlier, put pressure towards long, separate the CTs. And unfortunately, he's just baited basically everyone up short, and they've just got into the meat grinder of Art Frost.
Generating some impact. There has been so few seen from him over the course of this game. Tension. Orp on the other side of the board, near the top fraggers of his team and even of the Amcal side.
Tension's been holding passive angles for the majority of this second half, where I think Art Frost has been a little bit more mobile, trying to get the AWP in different areas. Tension's just waiting to cut repositions. That's where he's finding the majority of his kills.
FabBet happy to slow it down again. One good lunge to an execution into a round victory. That's how they take this map.
Quite a few HGs down there in spawn, so watch out for S-Fade to start lobbing them up towards short when more util comes in.
Molotov to block, 30 seconds left. FabBet going to run this timer down to the wire again. Nice HE as well. You mentioned it. Second one, not going to be allowed at the moment. HGs towards Artfrost positions. AWP still waiting to make their move. 12 seconds and they're only now executing out. The gun barrel smash was seen, but S-Fade goes down anyway. Artfrost holds his nerve with a decent pick. He's going to get caught back by the CT player. Smash, fragging, Stinks, trying to trade. The bomb barely goes down in time, and FabBet have overwhelmed the site defensive. There you go. That seems to be the end of it. 2v3 for AW and Kalash, who need some serious miracles to pull off this return. Seeing the one player at Goose flash in, headshot, not gained by AW. He's focused on taking the map control away. He's back at Gandalf instead. Kalash will provide support from the back. AW moves closer, check, engage, Kalash catches Blonding, and a second as well of tension. Last second moment, Diffuse being held. The AK leans up, but Kalash provides support, and Amcal stay alive.
And that's just pure frustration there from FabBet, because that was a kind of VP style round. Really low time left on the clock, only because of the counter util. You had constant incendiary, HE usage coming through from the AWP out at ramp towards short, and it did run the clock. I thought the execute was excellent. The timing was on point, the trades were really good. It was panicked for the CT line, and that is a pure miracle. I mean, a 2v3 retake when you're doubling up short is never easy, and FabBet, it didn't even feel like they trolled it. Didn't feel like they overpeaked, gave away some silly jewels, but they just lost fights pretty quickly.
A's not been working out for them. FabBet pressured by time, pressured by CTs, pressured by the retakes. They're going to go back into the B-bomb site initially, blocked off on the fast plays by the utility. Smokes on Amcal, keeping that entry suppressed. And FabBet just rotate back to spawn.
Yeah, FabBet know that as soon as this game gets into OT, they've lost all their edge. You lose the momentum, the mental side, you start allowing Amcal back in. So you got to close it in reg. Jackie out here to be basically the insurance policy that puts attention down towards A. So he can use a little bit of util. He might be able to come out mid-doors late, but there is a lot of usage towards the upper tunnels from FabBet.
AW is just doing all he can to suppress with utility from the back of the B-bomb site, with FabBet are targeting once again. They are being stalled all the way to the very end. There's no smokes left here on the bomb site. Only stall utility is Artfrost Incendiary. Back over towards A. So when this B hit comes forward, it's going to be all down to these two, especially as the third man at CT rotation has been smoked off.
AW needs to just try and hold, try and take the crossfire away.
Oh, turns away from Smash, who just domes his head quickly. Kalash overwhelmed the same. Jeky's cleared up mid to B. It's a 5-on-3. FabBet shouldn't be losing this one now. Much harder site to retake on B. Amcal know it, and they're still losing fights. Artfrost are 55. This should be the map.
And Jackie just knows they're all going up a tunnels because no one's coming towards him. Everyone could just focus and get this tunnel in.
The footsteps were heard as well. HE placed well, tags up AWP for the shot on the one man. Bonnet with another. Artfrost can return towards one trade, but that will not be enough to save Amcal on Dust 2. It is 13-10 for FabBet to take away their opponent's map pick and start things off in this series on potential, on track for an upset series in general.
Artfrost, bit of an underwhelming performance from him. We saw a pretty good Dust 2 against Zero Tenacity, but this one was a bit average, bit below par. And
yeah,
it has to be noted, 3-9 down on your map pick against a team that's struggling in Tier 2, that's not good enough. If Amcal want to make a statement, right, that this 100 Valve ranking is definitely not where we sit. Well, this isn't a performance to explain that. This is not evidence to be able to prove that wrong. This was an underwhelming showing, and now going a map down, going into Favbets and Ubis, it's going to be tough to even win a map in the series.
I'm in complete agreement with you here. Amcal should have been doing better than what Favbet were posting up in this game, but clearly that is not the case. Not even Artfrost could dig them out, and for him, as you mentioned, like it's seriously disappointing to be the bottom of the board in this server, right? Like with these players, like, this is a guy that was playing in Tier 1 like about a year ago or so, or a year and a bit ago rather, and for some reason he's just not posting these performances here today. Like this is very, very tragic for him and for Amcal. One of the key reasons why they lost.
And the sample size is always going to be small. We're going to be judging him map by map. But when you are a Tier 1 player and you drop down the divisions, you are judged immediately. You're not judged in 3 months' time or in 3 tournaments' time. You should be able to perform and outclass the majority of players, not only in contender stages, but in main Swissers, even moving into playoffs of tournaments. So this is not a good sign moving forward from Artfrost. He's got to certainly pick it up, because while it might just be a loan, it's very quick that it can get cancelled. It's very quick that they can say, oh, Tommy from Qzar, mate, I know that we benched you only after 10 days, but Artfrost, mate, he's not cutting it, so see you later, back to Paravision.
Well, look, it's only his 4th map so far, but you are right in terms of looking at him in terms of like performances. We need to see more consistency out of him, because really he should be able to deliver that in troves. In this map up, it wasn't really the case. Thus, too, falling by the wayside for the Amcal camp. Favbet taking their opponent's map pick away. It's Anubis up next. Now I start to get a bit concerned for Amcal, because that slow start can't be repeated. Can they return it? We'll find out after the break.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drop, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Ariel. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions!
YaLLa, let's go!
Well, FavBet are off on the right foot here in this best of three, taking their opponent's map pick of Dust 2. A bit of a slow one, but one that ultimately works in their favor. And now as we move towards Anubis next up, Dwayne, I mean, it's kind of a bit of a polar opposite conversation, right? We said that the first map was much better for Amcal than it was for FavBet. Now, Anubis much better for FavBet than it is for Amcal.
I wasn't familiar with Bondic's game at all. I mean, let's think about the start in Dust 2. It's 2-1 up, back and forth force buys. But then as soon as we get into the gun rounds, complete separation between the two teams. And I think we're going to see that a little bit more in Anubis, right? Once we start getting into the deeper stages of the game, when we start getting into those critical moments, I think Bondic was just able to outcall Amcal completely.
Indeed he was, and hats off to him for doing what he was able to do, especially in that first half, because like even with delivering on server in terms of his impact, right? That CZ, like that's flowing back to the CZ Go days with what he was doing there. And the best part about it is that when you take a look at the numbers of how that board finished up at the tail end of the last map, it wasn't even the top guy, right? Smash actually outrated him at 1.48, and then Tension obviously got 18 kills, which is over 2 above what Bondic was able to gain. So the only man that was able to do anything close to that was AW on Amcal, and it felt like actually looking back in retrospect, really, he was pivotal to a lot of their rounds whenever it came down to the gun v gun rounds.
Yeah, he was putting up multis, but his teammates were doing nothing, and he's going to be hungry for a little bit of revenge. I sort of look at Anubis and I go, okay, well, Artfrost is going to be debuting because he's only previously played Dust 2, he played Inferno, and he played Train in that Z10 matchup. So now we're going into new territory. AW does have a pretty good rating, though, on Anubis. The sample size might be light on only 6 officials in the last 3 months, but he's the #1 player in averaging a 1.16 rating. So could be back-to-back performances in which AW is kind of the only guy that's making a difference for Amcal.
But if he was the only guy making a difference for Amcal on Dust 2 and that still wasn't enough, are we going to look at that as being enough here on Anubis is the next big question, right? Because that's probably the ultimate thing we need to think about for Amcal, right? This is a 0-1 game. You lose down, you're up for elimination throughout the rest of the contender stage. And for FavBet, for them to get an upset victory over a team that we rated as above them, that's a significant one to take in a 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, it would be a very good win. I think it just outlines that even though Amcal have had some decent successes in very few tournaments, and they've got Artfrost on the team, it's the lack of playing time that's hurting them, and they still need a lot more time to embed Artfrost into the system. I look at Amcal recently on this map, and I'm saying, who are they even beating? I mean, they took Nexus to triple OT, and they beat a team called a Garden Garage, who I've never even heard of in ACA Advanced, and then everybody else is kind of notable names. You've got Cybershoke in there a couple of times, Fireflux in there, and they just weren't able to push those teams for wins. So I don't have a lot of faith in Amcal returning here on map 2. We certainly shouldn't be going to a decider. This should be the Ukrainians getting the 2-0 win today.
Yeah, I'm sort of with you on that one. Like, this just feels to me like FavBet have come into play and Amcal have really dipped off in form by comparison. I expected a lot more out of players like Artfrost. I expected a lot more out of the team in general, and we just didn't see that delivered on Dust 2, their home territory. So as we move towards Anubis, I have a feeling that it might just come down to just on the day, here and now, FavBet are going to take over. I have some faith in the T side for Amcal, which is where they'll start as appropriate, given the map and half choice rates, and that can lead to some decency. But you take a look at their CT side stats, and it's like, okay, that second half is where it's really going to fall apart for them.
Indeed it is, and perhaps it starts with a pistol round. Now, you've got a very heavy stack to start from FavBet towards A, and Jackie is just making an info play. Just jiggling, just spotting. Bondic gets gooshed, but it's misdirection. It's only 9 HP that comes.
I think I hit a wallbang goosh, so it's really minimal. Not like a standard straight up. Two players walking out from A main on the FabBet side. They're not going to know about the Rugs player. They might extend towards the stairs of the water and get the bomb carrier. He's watching it with the Glock. 4 on Smash, drops it. Second player on the corner. Artfrost made noise, and Smash has beaten him to the punch. Tension gets Stinks as well. S-Fade watching it all fall apart around him as FabBet will start things off with a pistol win.
Excellent maneuver through there at the canals. Great timing, and it's just a pure collapse from Amcal. They've got players all around. They're not sure how to deal with some of these aggressive crossfires, and Smash, he was a guy who, like you mentioned, put up some really good numbers, but he's not what I would call a star player. He plays a lot more of those supportive roles. I mean, the majority of times he was defending B, wasn't he? He was kind of playing there on the window, wasn't really in those rotator spots, but he's a guy that brings a lot of experience. I mean, he's been a part of this team for a very long time. He's, funny enough, actually getting very close to his 700th map on HLTV and very close to his 300th on FavBet. So this is certainly a guy that will be looking to not only cap off that as a success, but try and get these boys into the main Swiss stage. I kind of look at the contenders, Jay, and think there are quite a few teams that they can beat, depending on the draw. They're not going to be a favorite, but there certainly are squads that they can beat.
Well, with the team in front of them right now, of course, I mentioned earlier that I didn't have a lot of faith for either of these two teams to make it into the main Swiss stage. Maybe a couple more good performances may well demonstrate me to be wrong.
And maybe if you get a 2-0, I mean, that's the best way to start at least changing our opinions, is getting a one-sided comfortable series.
Yeah. It would just be a start, though. 2-0 in the series only as well. 1-1 in the Swiss stage is what they'll gain with a victory here and now. Most importantly, they'll stave off those elimination games, which is so deadly and so unlikely to come back from in the best of threes. Talked about it multiple times. The MRQ was a miracle run from Bait, the most recent example of that, and one of the very few examples you're going to find here in Compass. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Smash. Leaning in, does get himself domed out. The FAMAS backed up here by Tension. Is going to face the firing squad, and Amcal may once again set in the war of attrition for the first few rounds of these games. 5-on-3 round is already a loss, actually. FavBet will take the save as Amcal will take the A-bomb site, and there will be no retake.
It's frustration from FavBet because it feels like you're making the correct call. You've got 3 players on B. You're being active. You're being on the front foot. You get a bit of an unlucky timing with the M4, and then for the FAMAS, I mean, it's all hindsight, but I think Tension needed to stay on that angle, right? Have the crosshair a little bit closer, allow yourself to group them up. As soon as he drops off, the accuracy just gets thrown off completely. AW and a couple of the others are looking for some exits out here at the beach, but they're a bit far away from the CT, so 3 will stay alive. Amcal's force buy, very successful.
And that it is. Hunts together on these Mac 10s. They do not find the players in at Temple. In fact, even Bondic takes one more out. I think it was only a drop pistol, though, so cover those main weapons, bring them up to the table. FavBet saving quite a fair amount from the previous, so this rebuy, this force buy, will actually not be looking all that bad.
Now, from the public understanding, FavBet brought in Crush at the start of the year to be their analyst. Now, there isn't a head coach, so I imagine he's probably doing a few different roles, right? He's probably doing head coaching and analyst work. For someone that shared a lot of similar organizations to Bondic and played at very similar levels across their careers, they were never teammates between one another.
Played against each other at some point.
Oh, definitely, especially in the minors.
Good old Hellraisers and Vega Squadron, Underdog Run. Maybe seen some rivalries at some points as well.
Yeah, that Vega Squadron one, the Hutchie, the Kashanda, the Tony Black, everyone will remember those kind of iterations.
Talking about the London major, which Bondic placed top 8 in, or at the same major, it was 12th to 14th for Crush on Vega Squadron. A little bit of history there for those two veterans of the team.
It's nice to see Crush back, because I think he went over to Valorant for a little bit. I know that he came back and started doing some coaching with the Na'Vi system, in there with Na'Vi Junior, in there with Na'Vi Youth, and then eventually goes from a Ukrainian organization to now a complete Ukrainian team.
Smash has got another kill for FavBet. The 1-for-1 trades in this particular round have led to a Man advantage on the CT side. Amcal trying to make some noise and draw attention away from the B bomb site play. They're going to counter-rotate very quickly back into the canals, and they think that there's going to be an A defensive for Favbear. They'll lunker down all 4 players, and Amcal stalling this out, allowing some rotation room to come through from Favbear, but they don't beat them to the punch. Plant will be secured.
Watch out for the molly that Bondic has picked up, because I think that's going to be critical in this retake, depending on where it goes. Outside B main, there's a bit of a contact, but it's Kalash and AW that need to make a play, because Stinks is just too low to make anything.
Smash made a ton of noise back there towards the mid-fight, so they're aware of what happened, because they're still in at Electric. I heard those footsteps crossing, engaging from range with Marik's SMD will be able to get Kalash. AW falls on the bomb site, Stinks at 21 points of health, overwhelmed by the number of forces. Favbear make it a pretty clean retake.
And now Amcal need to make a tough decision. Do we buy or not? Because they're not double eco. I personally think that buying would be a mistake here, because you've got, what, 1 player to drop? And the money's going to be pretty good. You've got T-side weapons that have been picked up of Galil's and an AK. If Amcal force it here, I think that they're going to set themselves back to disaster at the beginning of the first half.
I see your point. And again, just thinking about those CT statistics. I know that stats aren't everything, but I'm just thinking about the half balance here, and it's just... I don't see Amcal winning this map if they don't get a pretty good T-half. Jackie taking 1 down, traded back by Artfrost very quickly off the back of that.
But they need to try and take mid. And the problem is they don't have a huge amount of util, so it's going to be quite dry for the most part. You've got the AK a little bit further back, AW close range up against the Jewel, but you've not got a jiggle. It's on the other side of the doors for tension.
He's waiting. Sees 1, AW caught, frag found, second turned up, tension, unable to get a triple. And back up at the A bomb side, going to have to consider the split play that actually seems to be set up and telegraphed pretty well by Amcal given the amount of mid-fight. And that bomb being seen there as well, so they can adjust, try and avoid the flank, turn away from that second player. So now we've got info on both. That B main player can push around and be wary of a counter backstab from that top mid position. Both T-side players are pressing on for the plant, however, though they will be going down to A. But man up for the retakers.
Stinks is going to try and make a play. He's going to start to over-aggress, but Bondic's ready.
Spray goes better for the Galil, though. I think he knows about that second man. No Smash going to catch him with low HP. Artfrost now. Here's the star moment for him. Underwhelming in this series so far. Can he make it a quadra in the round? Make it a quadra to start things off for him on this map. Incendiary doesn't land to the fountain stairs. Smoke on the bomb in the meantime. Goes a bit deep, fights the spray, the flashbang throws off his aim though, and Smash can still connect the kill. There's time for the defuse, and Favbear indeed will make it 3.
Well, it's a shocker from both teams, isn't it? It's a shocker for the missed incendiary, and then also the spray that comes there from Artfrost. He should be able to at least get 1. And you can sit there on hindsight and say, oh yeah, they shouldn't have bought. But for Amcal, what you find very frequently in these kind of matchups is you can be tunnel visioned in the what if, in the percentage game of Counter-Strike, and it always is risk versus reward. Certain in-game leaders view the game in more high-tempo situations. You take Iceberg in that last best-of-3 series, but he'll be force buying 5 rounds in a row on train until eventually it doesn't work, and then you've got to give it up. Everyone views the game on different levels. Unfortunately for Amcal, it's now set them back to not only a 1-4 deficit, but the momentum is just completely gone now.
Yeah, true. Oh, Artfrost, all right. Tension has fallen. Second man is seeing that AWP. Covered and removed by Bondic, and right call to make. Do not put it in Artfrost's hands. So well, mitigating him with the scouts that he had, and over on Dust 2. Bondic will still lose his life towards 1. Close range for Marix, who will get picked up by another Deagle. Amcal once again looking to answer back with some eco steals. 2 players conceding 2 rifles, 3 of them in fact on that B bomb site if you include the AWP.
I think it's better for the T's to keep using the Deagles rather than the rifles, just because of the aim punch.
Bomb open, could be denied by Smash. Stinks comes up and trades in. The M4 goes down to the quadra of Stinks. A big round from him as Amcal steal 1 from Favbet.
Stinks has done excellent work. Considering it was Artfrost that started that round off with the dome, you just get into a position where Favbet keep fighting in this canal. Rather than giving the space, playing passively on B, sitting back, holding the temple sightline, maybe one out towards Glyph, it's just a high-tempo round, and they get humbled. They get reset in a round that I mean, should only be 1 or 2 casualties at most. And now we're seeing, what, MP9s and AWP from us. It's an awful buy from Favbet.
And that it is. Amcal need this to surge ahead. They have lost to the broken buys before a Favbet though. They still have an AWP attention, so let's see whether he can become a threat. Smash on the FAMAS, top fragger of the CT side. It couldn't have been anything better, unfortunately, for him, but not needed. Jeki has struck first. He will go down to the Molotovs of S-Fade. 4-on-4.
Yeah, statistically, this is the second best map in the pool for Tension as an AWPer. Only up there with the likes of Nuke. Marex with the MP9. Not seeing anything out from Electric, not seeing anything from B main. It's starting to become a pack at top mid. Now, the camera player is sitting back very defensively. You've got 2 players and potentially even 3 that could all sort of swing on this in from mid, both from camera and from Temple.
Molly's pushed back. Bondic, HG sent up. S-Fade leaning forward. AWP attention. A flashbang shot on to S-Fade. Man advantage not extended until he sees Arc Frost instead. Smash goes down, but Tension has found a triple sequence. A Quadra just about missed on the quick flick. The bomb's on the A bomb site though, and Stinks has no cover, no time to plant it, and they're too close on Favbet. They answer back with their broken buy.
We've seen within the last 12 to 24 months, Jay, these unknown Ukrainian players literally coming out of nowhere. And I think Tension is one of them. He would not on a pro team before he basically joined up with this roster, which was ESC, Blessed, and then moved over to the Favbet organization. Reminds me a lot of what Essential has been able to do out there on bait. And players getting the call up, working with experienced players in the scene, and just showing that they've got what it takes. What a round this is from Tension. And just the X factor to keep moving that AWP, constantly strafing, constantly looking for fights.
He's been one of the key men of Favbet over the last 3 months. Plus 215 KD difference. Although I'll admit the rating is not exactly that high on HLTV for him, so...
Well, it probably doesn't help when the team's winning 2 out of 10 best of 3s on HLTV.
Yeah, that's true.
That's always something that you need to consider with sort of stats, is that are they low because he's not very good, or are they low because the team keeps losing?
Might well be the latter in this case. At least for now, his impact has won Favbet of 4th, and overall it is converting into something a little bit more tangible. Of course, he was 2nd top rated of the server in the last map as well. His position just so well poised for Favbet in this context.
I know we haven't seen the best of buys for Amcal, but I'm surprised about how slow it is. I feel like Anubis, you can much more utilize those quicker maneuvers than you can on a map like Dust 2.
They're going to try and pick up the pace, the 45-second mark, the execution inbound, smashes M4, seeing so many players, Tension losing his life to the distraction, and Smash just runs away for it, backing up to draw AW in. The HP is too low, so he's gone down. Jeki can trade. Yeah, counter steal perhaps from Amcal. They turn it into a 3 versus 3 with Jeki's efforts. Down the corner at half HP is AW. He wins a fight against the AWPer. The reload trying to draw AW into a fight, but he doesn't bite the bait. Advantage tip back in favor of Favbet. Both AWPs in the hands of Amcal right now. And they are hoping to find a secondary. S-Fade gets swung on by Jeki. AW can trade him. 2 kills. Needs a Quadra in the round. They've got to get on the bomb as well. The defuse kit is on Marix. Bonding going to cut off AW, get that kill in. And Favbet will just about stave off the steal and take their 5th round.
I think Jeki's been one of the few Ukrainian players that's been hard let down with the lack of opportunities. I think back to when he was playing on YaLLa, it was him and Kavem that just looked unbelievable. Both of them were insanely talented riflers. And for Kavem, you're kind of getting better offers. You've had opportunities to work with better teammates. You now got the call up to Passion UA. And for Jeki, you're a part of the system and you're a part of the core, but yeah, you just didn't quite get that same leverage that your other teammate did.
Well, a highlight round from him when you could have felt the pressure breathing down his neck. He felt the potential Amcal steal on the table.
Well, it looked like an instant save. It didn't seem like the B players were too interested in rotating.
Thanks to these efforts they did, and they succeeded upon the round itself. Pistols only for Amcal now. Damage done to Tension to kick things off, but the kill goes the way of Jackie, and Stinks and AW took a lot of damage in return. Shoulder seen, Art Frost known about. Jackie, I'm going to stick around to lose his life to the Deagle. The bomb carrier will get seen and dealt with by Smash. Art Frost can trade back Jackie, so there's a responsive, a rifle to play with. But no armor for S-Fade, who has it in his hands.
Bondnik heard the footstep out to Temple, so he's just slow walking, clearing everything. There is a window where CT has opened up, and that's where Smash and the AWP are kind of failing back. And knowing that Smash is so defensive, I think they have to give them the bomb plant here. Just give the respect to the retake.
Especially now that Smash has been giving up his position, although they do storm in towards mid, and S-Fade takes them back, almost gets a triple out of it. The AWP attention to close out AW, so expense can at least be satisfactory to Amcal's buy state, but the half is not. 6-2 minimums gained by Fabbat at the moment.
And you start thinking about the potential future for Amcal. If we're having this sort of conversation of, oh, it's a chance for Art Frost to really start farming, start getting some really good ratings, show that he is back and that he can play at top level. Bro, what tournaments are they going to be a part of? If they're 101 on the VRS and they keep losing games, well, they're not going to stay there. They're not going to be improving. In fact, they're going to start diminishing and going even further down the rankings.
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, Dweg, I think you're the one having this conversation, because I was asking, like, how hard has he fallen? I don't think he's going to get back if he keeps on like this. Amcal may not well be the team. Smash is smashing them in. AW can only get a responsive man up on Favbet's part. As has been standard over the course of this best of three and of this map, the standard. Tension's up. He's just seen his man. He's missed the shot, thankfully. A God-given miracle to AW. Two players acting out towards mid, being covered off. The HE on the smoke will reveal his man. AW goes down. 4-on-2 for Fabbat at the moment. Amcal just don't know what to do.
There's been a few AWPers in, especially the CIS scene, that have played at a tier 1 level and then dropped off and never came back. I think IDB is certainly one of them. He was incredible out on Spirit. And then as soon as he got dropped by that organization, it was always the what if. He never got back to being a top AWPer. And then the other one is probably Alien. He was farming on Windstrike, had a great opportunity to work with good players on Entropic, and then played at a tier 1 level for a good 6 months or so. Lineup ended up gutted. And then since then, well, that's it. We've really haven't seen him since 2021. So it does happen in the CIS scene.
Art Frost wants not to be a victim of such circumstance, of such history. But Jackie, even his AWP is doing better at the moment. 12 frags deep. Art Frost still unable to get going in this game. 4 to his name. And that's also pretty parallel to the rest of the teammates that he's got around him. 4 frags, 6 frags. Far cry from some of the top men of the Fabbat side who are making all the difference. And the difference demonstrated in the scoreline as well.
And I think in the past, if you look back 10 years ago, it was a lot easier to be in Tier 1 because everyone just played LANs, didn't they? Even the teams that were weaker were still there. Whereas nowadays, mate, you're a Tier 2 team trying to get to a LAN tournament, good luck. It's a grind. It's not easy. We don't really have those BYOCs on the mass scale that we used to have.
Although, revisit that statement in about 9 months and we can have a chat about that.
Yeah, true. They've actually just taken over. They're just everywhere. Net cafes are back. But the net cafes are only being rebuilt because of CS2. That would be insane.
Bring back iSeries, let's go.
That's it. Bring back the funding.
Give Wizzo a call, see what he says.
I think Amcal not only needs some funding, they need some rounds, because this is turning out to be almost the exact same scoreline as the turn of the half on Dust 2.
Amcal needs some funding, a statement that can be played both in server and out. AW at least picks up 1 trade of the Tech 9, but a lot more needs to get gained for him and Stinks. 2-on-4. Rifle in the hand of the high HP player. An A site is open for a bomb plant, but the retake has been the concern. And they're making noise that Smash can call in, so they'll put the smokes down to confirm it. The retake. Turn away from flash, not gain. Bomb plant bonuses, all that Amcal can really get. I mean, AW's going for the kills here. I mean, it's low HP. It's never going to happen. 8-2. Fabbat on a roll. Amcal, I mean, It's not even the end of the first half. This looks like it's over.
And it's funny if you think about it in a comical light that Artfrost gets the call up and says, mate, you're going on loan. He goes, oh, where am I going? Am I going Bet Boon to replace Zorti? Am I going out to Nemega to replace Khan? Am I going to Spirit Academy, perhaps? Ho2? Gun 5? Rush B? Cybershock? Oh, Amcal! What's happened here?
And not even the Amcal that could make it to like Blast Showdown, the DMS upgrade. Oh yeah, it's you shouldn't laugh, but it is a funny conversation to imagine.
Yeah, you think the big call-up's coming, and it's like, mate, you're not even in the top 100 on VRS.
The poor man.
Well, he's got to get the team out of trouble. When you're this kind of player, you legitimately have to drop the gloves and just say, I'm taking over. And he just has not done that on map 1 or map 2.
With Amcal in general just delivering nothing, Favbet have had their way with them on both map 1 and map 2.
Now, this is going to be a quick day for us, Jay. With how quick the last best of 3 was, and now looking at this one, wrapping up early.
Mate, we had all the rounds on all the maps on Monday, so I guess it's a little bit of the universe returning itself to us. Shot on Artfrost, finally something decent out of him. But there's one kill that needs to still bring back a man advantage because there's still 4 on 3 right now for Favbet. 2 per bomb site, 2 men on B about to face AW who's walking out. Bondic to receive. Ooh, didn't catch his shoulder. It took AW a bit of time to get that kill back in, so that shot, Smash going to push the smoke and will get his head taken off suddenly. This round could still be won by the T-side line, but Tension's Orb stands to attention and gets his kill on Kalash. Backs away towards the back of the bomb site. The bomb's been dropped. Artfrost going to pick it right back up. Orb watching, Molotov sent. There's no flashbang available for him. The backstab, the backup of AW could kill off, but Artfrost, 20 seconds to rotate out of A main. Tension could cut him off from the mid position of the window angle. I think he recognizes this as well. Or have they pulled him for a bait? They have. Artfrost applies the brakes, gets into the A bomb site. Tension cannot reach him. Amcal trying to play the 500 IQ game. But Tension's got an AK and he's picked up a kit as well. He's got a little bit of time to press with. They think he's gone towards mid. They haven't suspected a wraparound to Artfrost. Checks it, sees his contact. HE sent to the back of Cake. Will dish out a lot of damage. 20 HP for him. AW is the next big concern. He gets up close and personal, but AW takes that chance to strike. And Amcal just about come ahead once again.
Well, here we just see the slight intricacies of good detail from Amcal. Time is low, nice little lurk out there on B, really good patience to A main, and then of course in that clutch, you know that bomb's not going B. At least in theory, right? Because in the back of your mind, you run at canals, you get caught, bomb gets dropped in the open. It's smart to be able to pull an inexperienced player like that, because Tension just rotated so quickly.
Stinks straight up into main. The noise being made there, so they'll call it in for Favbet. Bondic, or Smash rather, I should say. Information passed off to his teammates. Got Jackie right behind him, passing him a little bit of utility to counter. Second smoke will come down as soon as the first one will fade there at main. I'll use it on this Molotov instead at Fountain, so no longer blocking, but fortunately Amcal have backed off.
Tension with the big green needs to get himself in a position to get a fight against one of these electric players. I think sitting back and playing defensively on B won't help the scenario. And they're pressurizing A, but it is going to be a B lean. It's just how much of a distraction they can pull.
HE against Jackie. Oh, Stinks times the fight. No trade available for the CT side either. That one frag, however, nothing more being seen out there. Tension's caught AW. Artfrost in from Electric as Clash with a blind spray through the smoke. I think they might have popped it open with a HE. Merrick's and Bondic have gone down. They start walking. Tension with one pick gets that second as well. He's rotated to the perfect bomb site in a 2-on-2. Now the bomb's going to start backing up. Stinks. He's going to be seen, but Tension does not get the casualty. Now it's all on Smash here. M4 in hand. Another 1v2 to win for Favbet. Bomb tapped once they hear the footsteps. They take the engagement. He's distracted by the dead bodies, and they both swing together to close the half at 4, but still 8 rounds in the lead for Favbet.
Excellent work from Tension to try and give us a bit of X factor. Try and see if he can develop something to turn the round on its head. When I look and compare, though, the performances from both Favbet and Amcal in their opening games, there's sort of a lot of similarities in terms of the reverse. We had what was a pretty good T-side against Z10 on Dust 2. That time around in map number 1, we just didn't get it at all. And then Favbet, they went, what, 2-10 down on their CT side in their opening game versus Monty. They had a great T-side, ended up bringing it back into OT. Now we've seen them go 8-4. So you wonder how it's just completely role reversal from one best of 3 to the next one.
Oh, S-Fade struck first for Amcal here on CT side. A secondary kill as well. The individual fights given up by Favbet here. Smash down next. Advantage by 2 men on Amcal. Haven't taken a lick of damage to those fights. Favbet may lose another pistol.
It's a very good reason why Julies get invested so frequently on the CT side of pistol rounds. It's moments like that. It's just pure obliteration. And Marix has got to search. He's got to get a pick on B. He needs something to draw some rotation, start creating some movement.
AW faced on. Marix seeing the player in the backside. Oh my god, those are some shots. Bomb plant denial for Art Frost, but Marix is so quick to trade it with the Julies picked up. Is he going to be a difference maker here? 2v2. He's hunting for more here.
They're going to go A?
Oh, yes, they are. Footsteps to be heard. S-Fade will also be detected and all. Marix will make his way in from mid. Might leave a teammate back. No, they're going to group together. They're going to play together. They're going to defend this A-bomb site in a retake.
So they're not planning for A main, which tells you they want to fight for heaven. And Tension's heard this player rotating in quickly.
Julie's up to heaven. Tension's got the headshot against him. Favbet have turned this all around when S-Fade fought so hard to get the advantage in the first place. Marix with a triple. And Kalash moves up to face him. Sees the man, does not register the headshot. 2 players peeked, 2 players to deal with. They can peek off each other's contact, and Kalash just can't seem to have the time for it. No kits either. Favbet playing this to perfection. Playing this for the timer. And they will have their 9th, their pistol. That is 3 out of 4 gained in the series.
Bro, what a round from Marix. Now, we know that he's sharp. We saw it in some of the previous international teams when he was out on Sprout, when he played on OG Academy. He's a player that's got a really high peak. And in this moment, the pre-aim is excellent against the first player because he knows that he's there. But it's the second shot and then the tap against Art Frost. I don't think Art Frost can do any more there. His job is to deny the bomb. It's just unfortunate he loses all of his teammates and then just gets destroyed as soon as he gets away with one.
Tactical by Amcar. I don't think Favbet have called in any tax so far in this series.
Well, tactically, they've outclassed them, haven't they? Even from the start of Dust 2, they felt very comfortable in the gun rounds. They weren't really being tested. I feel like a lot of the time you only use tacticals to readjust the line and be able to adapt to what the opposition's doing. But if you're tactically outclassing them, you just keep the game going. Because if you end up starting to call tacticals, it slows the game down a little bit, which then drives some of that momentum away.
Yeah. It's true, 100%. And for Favbet, be their detriment. S-Fade again starting off with a pistol shot to a headshot, a kill to start things off. The force buy of Amcal, however, falling victim to 2 quick trades. Bondic, Marix chiming into that B bomb site, going to overwhelm all defenders. Tension got an earlier kill on the AK. The round is pretty much over at this stage. Force buy to yield 0 success. It's only a matter of time before that bomb commits and it's officially locked in.
And personally, this performance from Favbet doesn't even give me too much more hope for the future because I've seen what they're like against some of the better teams in Tier 2. It gives me a bit more of an indication of Amcal. This is a team that really looks crap. I mean, they at least gave a decent fight against Zero Tenacity a couple of days ago in the first round of Swiss, but to not even be developed here in Dust 2, showing nothing on Anubis, it's an underwhelming performance. And with where they sit, being 3-1 in Advanced, having CCT coming up soon. I mean, they got Jano right in their game tomorrow. Is it Jano? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah, Jano at 12 o'clock. I mean, mate, I'm going to be honest. They could lose that game. Like, that is a matchup against Alu and the boys where you could say experience might just outclass them.
Quite possibly, honestly. I mean, remember, right? Like, Amcal might be a thought, like, might have a certain like connotation in people's minds when you think about the team that went to Showdown and may have had some embarrassing performances against NIP, but have also made RMRs and done good things in the major cycle. Remember, this is not the Amcal team of old. This is DMS.
Yeah, they made what the Copenhagen. No, it was Copenhagen major. They made with Crad and Forrester and Icy and Nickelback.
Yeah.
So it's an organization that's done quite well for themselves.
But this squad, I mean, the most significant thing they participated in was the Sky Esports Championship back in July of last year. And you remember, you and I, Greg, I mean, the thing we've called it a wasted spot at a certain point.
Yeah, very much so. There just to fill the gap.
Went 1-3 in that group stage and obviously did not make it any further than just that. And for Favbet, and a much greater layup. We had a lot of hope that the star edition of the Amcal side would give them at least a boost to make it past this best of 3.
Well, perhaps Melody is just so much better. If you have a look at any of his numbers over the last sort of 6 months or so for DMS and Amcal, it's ridiculous. And there's a very good reason why Fury have come knocking for him in particular.
The one to break out and to move to be an international team. We'll want to see how well Fury will get around with him. I think there's bigger things to think about in terms of language barriers and such, but...
Well, maybe it's similar to the Rush B and Nota, right? You lose your key player, you replace him. Doesn't matter who you replace him with, and it's just not the same. The team is there, but it can't really fight to that top level again. I'd like to wonder what these next few months look like for Amcal. I mean, of course, they need to be pushing for advanced playoffs, and they need to be getting out of these CCT closed qualifiers, and even tournaments that they've got here in Compass. They can't afford to be going down 0-3. They've got to at least be getting 1 win in the next game, because it's only going to hurt them further. I mean, I'm not sure how you go a series against Z10 where map 1 and map 2 goes all rounds in regulation, map 3 goes to overtime, but yet here today, it's just nothing. It's just not competitive.
And that really is the ultimate way to summarize this series, uncompetitive.
And you could say that Z10 is a better team than Favbet. I'd put my money on that one.
Yeah. There's a lot of teams in this competition that are better than Favbet. Amcal face against the execution with their rifle buy. Still bonus weapons of Mac 10s available for Favbet, but nothing that can get punished by Stinks. Jackie takes 2 down to the back lines, even adjusting towards the back stab of S-Fade. 4-on-2 in the post plant. Amcal locked out of this round. It's match point Favbet. It's over. It's been over for a long time.
Jackie's had an incredible map. I mean, just there, some of the taps that we're seeing from him, the sharpness is clearly on display. The individual impact has been a lot heavier here on Anubis than it is on Dust 2, and it's just the way the map plays. I mean, Dust 2 is just so slow on the T side and on the CT bases. Very frequently, you're sort of jiggling, you take a kill, and you fall back. On Anubis, because of the way that the map layout is, every time you engage into a fight, it feels like there's always someone else there. There's always someone to transfer to or to instantly look for that secondary kill. Artfrost has got to hope that he can hold on to that big green, that he doesn't get hunted by the players outside of B.
Artfrost was the bottom of the board until he got that exit frag. Been a disappointing showing from him individually, as well as individually across the rest of the board of Amcal, but for him especially, for a player as you see the experience and of his caliber, you expect better.
Well, I wonder what the motivation is even going to be like for Artfrost. I mean, mate, look at Deco. What a waste that was, right? Such a talented AWP, couldn't give a shit, just couldn't care. And you now start wondering for Artfrost. You went out into Paravision. They didn't really go too well. You're now here on Amcal. Has he lost that drive? Has he lost the hunger?
It's possible. And if that's the mentality of him, then we're going to see that exact trend repeat. You talked about AWPers who have been and gone from the CIS space, and for Artfrost to be consigned himself to that fate if that is what happens. It's kind of sad to think about, seeing how this match has gone. May well see how this contender stage will end for Amcal in the Marex S-Fade court. Trader Clash, 4-on-4, 2 around the corner. Bondic is going to be the one to take him down. 10 HP for the man, but still Man advantage for Favbet here for the post plant.
That late alert from Jackie in from mid. The NWP's watching out for it, so it is a catch. And now in a 3v3, it is a bit uncomfortable for Favbet.
Stinks. Takes face to the SMG, knows the player down there at Cake and will get him to return. Bondnik is low HP, Smash got a lot of work to do. And the flashbang in against him will get one pick out of it. Artfrost trades Bondnik, goes back to one-on-one. It's Artfrost versus Bondnik. M4v AK and no kit available for Artfrost. He's tapped it once, but Bondnik is baiting him all the way out of the bomb site. There's no time for this. He has no kit. He has to stick to 10 seconds here. Trying to get behind cover. Get to a plant position, get to a defuse. He's found a kit. He's found a kit. Bondnik needs to swing. And he gets his man. He gets his round. He gets his 13-4 and is 2-0 for Favbet over Amcal.
Excellent showing from Favbet today. That's certainly an uptake in performance because it's been rough going. Coming into today, there was a lot of losses. And they can end today with saying, I know we've only beaten CIS teams, but it's another one that we can add to our tally. We've beaten Chimera recently. We've beaten Forza Reload. Now, not only have we beaten Amcal, but we've just destroyed them. We didn't even give them a look in Map 1 or Map 2.
I mean, look, the way that I saw things, I was looking at the likes of Ruby and Paravision and BetClick, for example, as teams that Favbet have lost to over the recent times, and I thought to myself, those teams are worse than Amcal. So the fact that Favbet have beaten Amcal here today, I think that in its own right is an achievement to speak of, and it's just... Again, it's just sad because it felt like nobody turned up in the server today to play.
No, and that does happen. I think we see it quite frequently in Tier 2. It's tough in MR12. It's a really inconsistent game at the moment. You can just feel like you're getting out-dueled and you just can't really fight back. I'd like to think that Amcal will show a lot more in their 0-2 matchup because they certainly showed quite a bit against Z10, but today they were simply not ready for the fight that Favbet gave to them.
And they're not ready to deliver a fight of their own, right? Underperformances from those stars, underperformances from the team. Artfrost, bottom of the board, unfortunately, and I want to see more out of him. We expected to see more out of him. He was the reason why we gave Amcal favoritism, or one of the key reasons why we gave Amcal favoritisms here in this series, and that obviously was a non-factor. And if that's going to be a performance trend to set for the near future, I know it's only 5 maps for him as part of this Amcal side, but if we're going to talk about the discussion of him coming down to the Tier 2 space to work his way back up, I don't think this is the right environment to do it, and that certainly isn't a performance to demonstrate.
Yeah, I always say, and I said it earlier on, when you're a Tier 1 player and you drop down, mate, you've got to be farming instantly. I'm not giving you a few tournaments. I'm not giving you a few months. I'll give you a couple of best of 3s, and then that's it. That line is done. You've got to start performing and putting numbers up, and we didn't see it at all in this best of 3.
No, not at all. It does consign them to the elimination games for the next round and every following round as well of the Contenders stage. Amcal fighting for their tournament lives as Favbet move forward to the 1-on-1 matches. And we move forward with our day. The first half is done, so we're going to get off your screens. However, Trav and Hayes will be back after this extended break to take you through our final best of 3 of the day. Fireflux will take on Jano to see who moves forward into also those 1-on-1 and 0-2 matches. We'll head towards that extended break, and we'll come back with you for more Counter-Strike action.
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. One expert.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
Welcome back, everyone, to more YaLLa Compass Contenders close qualifier action. Of course, we've got less Counter-Strike coming up this afternoon and this evening than we thought we'd have, unfortunately, due to many clashes around the scene at the moment. But we do at least have a series, I believe, here. It's maybe half a series with Fireflux and Jano, Matt.
Yeah, unfortunately, Fireflux did have a conflict in their schedule, finishing off another game, and it ran overtime, meant that they had to forfeit the first map of this game against Jano. Fireflux come into this as the favorites, significant favorites, Trav, so it certainly isn't ideal for them now having to do this floor go bust. Of course, Jano have to win one of the two maps available, and then they then get the job done.
Exactly right. I mean, the veto was actually, just to run you through, actually, no, I'll save that for a second. Let's look at the rosters first. Between these two teams, of course, because I think those of you who are maybe fans of Fireflux, you've been keeping an eye on them as they've been playing in other tournaments, obviously. We can have a look at that Fireflux roster coming in now, and it's an interesting one at the moment because they still have a couple of the players that I think are the X factors for the team. Soulfly in particular is the guy that I always want to go to. I feel like he's just good enough for a big upgrade in the future still, even now. Banjo's putting in some great work lately as well. However, we do have a couple of new additions, of course, or one new addition to the team. That's Dougie. He's replacing Sensei for this Fireflux team. And I think they definitely did need a change because they were way too up and down in recent times, right? They either look, I think my description of Fireflux whenever I've seen them play is either they look acceptable or they can look really bad. And occasionally that sort of middle between those two is very much not good enough.
And I'd say normally the big difference maker between those two levels is Soulfly, because if he doesn't pitch up, then you act up with quite a lot of your firepower missing, right? You got some decent role players on the team, Banjo, strong anchor, Skrunk is always going to be setting the team up or jumping in first kind of thing. Dougie kind of unproven on the AWP, so I feel like there's just such a massive reliance on Soulfly here.
Yeah, it's about right, I would say. I mean, as I say, I think in the future, I'm still convinced Soulfly could be an option for Eternal Fire, for example, but I think that's obviously they don't need to make a change like that for quite a while. So
yeah, he's
we'll
only
see
20,
how it
so
goes.
you're not wrong.
No, exactly. I think he's definitely got a chance, but yeah, I think it's going to be awkward for them as the time goes on. Of course, when they've got players maybe that they would want to move on. A quick mention about Dougie, their new addition, of course, the AWPer. He does have quite a lot of experience actually as a young player still. He's been around the Eternal Fire main team and Academy setup for a while. It was only a stand-in for the main team. But in the Academy, he would have played against the likes of Result in VP Prodigy. He played against Zontix, Chiron, Artfrost, and Sophic when Spirit Academy were around. With that old roster pre-Donk in 2022. And of course, Fury Academy with the likes of Dissenshi. And then Mouse NXT, the famous Mouse NXT roster with Shui, JDC, and Zershin.
So he's been in and around a lot of the big names in that Academy scene. He just doesn't have a very serious name, Trav. Dougie. It's like an affectionate nickname or something like that. I don't know. This is how I feel about it. Either way,
teach me how to
have
Dougie.
A look. There we go. That could be it as well. Maybe his name is Doug. Highly unlikely in Turkey, but hey. Jano. Now, this is a team that you just don't really ever have a very high level of expectation. I remember even at the Eliza event they competed at not long ago. It just was like that they're not even a full-time team. Like, some of them have got other commitments and obligations. They do commit to practice, but it's start grinding 6 days a week, 8, 9, 10-hour days kind of thing. And you can see that in their game. I mean, the best player in this team, and this tells you everything you need to know, is Ariel. It's still Ariel. The guy who retired, unretired, took a break, helping some friends out. He's 31 years old, and he's the best on this team. And that kind of tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, it's a shame, right, for that one. For them, when it comes to their form, it's pretty understandable, I would say, considering with the situation they're in, like you have mentioned, and they have been playing some pretty good opposition lately as well. And the officials they have played, NIP, Amcal, the Iberian Soul roster, which of course is ex-Movistar Koi, Navi Junior, and Nexus, and they haven't taken a single map against any one of those 5. However, they did find a map against Rush B, but still lost the series. So that kind of shows where their form is at the moment.
It's not looking great on HLTV. They're going to need Moses to part that Red Sea, because I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it themselves. Straight bang.
True.
It's a good difference there.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give you that one. But yeah, a quick look at their map pool. As you can see, they only have only one map that they really play and have some form of success on, unfortunately. So I quickly want to run you through the veto now, because of course it's a split veto, sadly, at the moment.
Hit me.
Due to the fact we have one map already forfeit, obviously due to the scheduling conflict. The veto was a removal of Anubis from Jano, a removal of Nuke from Fireflux, and Jano actually went into the train pick. It does make me wonder if they went into that pick kind of like knowing it was very likely going to be a default and knew that they could maybe take a different map out of the pool. Maybe that's like a different argument you could have, because they would have looked at it, right, Matt? That's something we actually didn't talk about before the game. Would have known almost certainly it would be a forfeit, and maybe did the veto during that time. If they did it before that, then scratch what I'm saying. But maybe they could have taken a map out of the pool, which could have made it awkward for Fireflux going forward due to that. But either way, it is Inferno coming up next. Of course, is the pick of Fireflux, the first map of the series, and that is a map that is very much a big strength of theirs. Say a strength, and a weakness of Jano. So. Yeah, maybe that's not the thought process, but it's just something, a little factor maybe think of that I thought maybe could be a cool idea.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm kind of looking back at some of the other games. I'm trying to see if they've actually picked Train. They did pick Train against Rush B, so maybe it is a map they like to pick, but I really like your school of thought there, because it's the most played map. Excuse me, it's the most played map for Fireflux, right? So maybe, like you said, it could be a cheeky way to kind of avoid it as the decider and then get to ban another map out. So I do like that line of thought there, Trav, but ultimately, this is just 2 best of ones, back-to-back best of ones for Jano. Win either of them and they win the series. Exactly,
right. And I think one of the most important things to mention as well for Fireflux is, even though they are playing with like 2 new players, of course, one thing I didn't get a chance to mention is, of course, they are playing with Maze. They already played with Maze in the game against Monty earlier today. And they're playing with him again now. That's, of course, instead of Skrunk. And Skrunk has been a very, very long-term in-game leader at this sort of level of Counter-Strike. I've been around the scene for a very, very long time. Maze is more of a younger in-game leader that has kind of been dotted around different mixed teams. Like, just look at his rosters, like Ecstatic for a while, then Wu-Tang and stuff like that, right? Technically, he's still standing right now, but they're going to commit to him. I would be somewhat surprised, considering the experience that Skrunk has got, of course, with the core of Paz and Soulfly, but clearly that's not really working all too well right now, so maybe they needed a significant sort of change from the very top when it comes to in-game leading.
The problem is the firepower with Skrunk. 0.8 rate last 3 months is just not going to cut it, I'm afraid, especially when you're trying to put like top of tier 2.5, you know, kind of thing. That's the main issue, I think, with Skrunk. And Maze can frag as an IGL. Like, that's been kind of a hallmark of something that people kind of recognize with him as a player when they bring him to a team. There's just something weird about Maze, where he's just like allergic to actually staying in a team for more than like a week or 2 weeks, right? I feel like ever since his last serious team, which arguably was Ambush, you know, Secret 4 months, Ecstatic a couple days, Wu-Tang a mix, Volt, well, he's not even playing in that team right now. And so you got to kind of ask some questions like, why hasn't he actually been able to settle into any of these projects, you know? So I think he's got a very good group of players to work with, yeah. And like I said, he can frag, which is something that Fireflux desperately needed just to alleviate some of that pressure on Soulfly.
Exactly, I completely agree with you. But it does look like Fireflux are ready for this one. They weren't ready for map 1, which means it's a forfeit win for Jano. But they are ready for map 2, and that is the map which, of course, they are a little bit stronger on, which is Mirage. Let's see how they go. straight away, Matt. From one series in one tournament to the other series in the next tournament. No stopping Fireflux today.
Well, I'm backing
their
Fireflux
opponents.
here. I'm backing Fireflux just so we can get 2 maps out of the rest of the day here. Because if Jano win Mirage, that's the day over here at YaLLa Campus. At least as far as the closed qualifier goes for the day. Anyway, it is going to be Fireflux looking to try and get in towards the safe bomb site. YaLLa has his bell rung and then some.
Yeah, Dougie will leap his way in, looking for more in towards CT, but Smiley will put a stop to that one. He needs to find one more somehow, but it's very difficult from this sort of position when you've got 2 players facing you. Actually, 3 in CT now for Jano, and Paz will quite smartly actually drop that smoke. Might have a gap, which actually could shock him slightly, because they're looking away from it for a second, but Badger's keeping a close eye. Then Paz goes with a reswing, though. It leaves it all down to Maze, our stand-in. Can he win 1v2 here? The answer is no, and they'll be able to get a successful retake in play, even with a kit picked up as well.
That kind of goes against the grain with what I was expecting there at one point. It looked like Fireflux were in a pretty good position, able to get the bomb down, get that kill from Dougie as well, kind of open up the site, but very good response there. Ariel getting 2 kills of his own, living to tell the tale. It's a perfect start here for Jano. Like you say, Fireflux haven't had any opportunity to reset between the previous series and this one. And that one was a lengthy one as well, Trav. So, could be an element of fatigue, you know, 4th consecutive map with minimal breaks in between. You might start to see some mistakes creeping in here.
Yeah, true. It can happen, without a shadow of a doubt. Going to keep an eye on that for Fireflux. You can see the camera position there for Alu. Of course, these newer mandated camera angles, obviously, are pretty cool, and we get to see more of their setup. There's some match notes you can see on YaLLa's second monitor there, it looks like, and Alu's setup was pretty impressive. And it is the force buy for Fireflux, like we said. And there will be an opening for Banjo on that Galil. There are 4 more Galils in play here for Fireflux, actually playing a very aggressive style here when it comes to the buy. Alu takes his time, looking for 2, gets 2. Alu's still got it when it comes to how he plays these specific rounds. But a trigger discipline gets those 2 kills, but it is dinked down to 9 HP, so there is an opportunity for Fireflux to push their way in toward A. Bomb plant will surely come through from Paz in a matter of moments, and there we go.
Okay, well that's something. And there's Dougie going super deep into CT. Just forcing that fight all the way onto Alu. Henu knows he's got somebody cooped up on the bomb site right now. They know that there's a player in CT as well. Henu nearly gets caught off. Oh, the crossfire is just too much here for Jano to try and get past. And the force buy will prove to be successful. That's unfortunate after Alu gets his double.
You're right. He actually made the right play there as well, considering he lost the opening pick in the round. I'm sure he just tries to recover an advantage, but Fireflux made the right play. And of course they get 2 A1S upgrades as well, which is very helpful for them. Immediately putting Jano down to the force by war of their own.
Okay, well, let's see if they can answer back with one of their own here. Smiley has the M4. That's going to be the main point of contention. Upgraded pistols and a scout at their disposal compared to the might of the 4 rifles and the MP9. This is Fireflux's opportunity to really get off to a strong start. You win here against the Force Buy. You make it 2-1. Anti-Eco 3-1. Would be an ideal start to proceedings here.
Bit of a stack over toward the A side of the map at the moment. Scout for Alu and a bit of a balcony setup as well. Gonna take mid, Fireflux, with a minute 5. And he's actually choosing to keep that MP9. Why not? On a round like this, when you've probably got a lack of a helmet on a couple of players, and actually there are 4 without helmets in this one. Ali was a scout. Is he ready? There's already a player close left in Con Bottom con is the bomb carrier. Head will be seen, shot will be taken, and they know where that scout is. Smiley into a jungle is smoked off. Probably not able to do much now from this position. And Paz will stop YaLLa from making his way through that ramp smoke. Unfortunately for YaLLa, he'll miss another shot and should get run down. There we go. It'll be a comfortable round for the now Turkish core, of course.
Yep. Going to be able to deal with Henu as well. I mean, it's just good work there from Paz in particular. He's the one who sets that round in motion by breaking the smoke open ramp and catching, was it YaLLa or Henu, regardless. The point is that once he gets that kill, then Jano don't really have any ace up their sleeve. I guess there's still the player in Palace, but Fireflux just sprawl all over the A bomb site, force the fight there on Alu. They've just got the numbers to deal with anything that comes thereafter. So they do make sure that they get past the force buy. And now, the very easy task of dealing with the USPs.
Five-man stack toward A for Jano. Obviously, like, it's this particular matchup has got a lot of storied names in it, right? Not names that are really at the top of the game anymore, but you've got the likes of Paz, who's been around for so long on the old Space Soldiers roster, of course, back when they're at their peak. Currently, Turkish Counter-Strike is at its peak under Eternal Fire and now, of course, Aurora. And, of course, you've got Alu, who's still playing to actually a pretty decent level in Tier 3. His team might not be winning much, but he actually plays all right in the games that they do contest. I also feel like Banjo has floated around quite a lot as well, right? Not just Maze, who we spoke about in the pre-game, but Banjo's kind of been...
together.
Yeah, they've been sort of playing, Banjo has been playing on and off different orgs for a very long time. Of course, part of the Fnatic Academy roster originally.
I wonder if that played any role in them actually linking up here once again, because you've got to imagine Soulfly and Paz, being of Turkish descent, had to play some sort of a role in Dougie joining. I don't think if neither Soulfly or Paz win that team, then Dougie still definitely joins Fireflux.
You know what I think it is? I think it's Hardstyle, the coach, knowing players from the Academy setup when he was around the Eternal Fire setup, and was like, listen, take a go on Dougie. I think there's an opportunity here to show something. But
yeah,
I'm
willing identity.
I'm willing to guess that it's a Hardstyle pick.
Are they a Turkish organization?
I'll double check, but I don't
think they are. Oh wait, you know what? They are. They are a Turkish organization. That makes a whole lot more sense then. You know, Trav, because we've seen some Nepo hires in the past. Just saying, you know, Taz into Snacks into Hades. Obviously, at a lower level of the game, it's not as egregious, but you want people who deserve to get the shot. But because they're a Turkish org, it makes sense why they'd want to field majority Turkish talent. So
yeah, for sure.
Now I'm on board.
I mean, from memory, isn't like when Sangal were Turkish, they're Dutch, right? I'm pretty sure, but I just had some Turkish roots. I could be wrong. I'll check that right now. Sangal, Liquipedia, Turkish esports organization, but its headquarters are in the Netherlands. Okay, I wasn't far off.
Okay,
I wasn't far
fair enough. Well, Smiley not far off the mark there either from getting the multi. He's going to be able to find A kill. He's got it, Alu and Henu in support. All three of the players on the side of the map have all found a pick. And that's what stunted this approach in its tracks. 20 seconds on the clock. Finally, a player will get out of apartments, but there's just still so much to try and deal with before they can even think about planting the bomb. And Jano are not offering up anything. Very nice combination on the swing from Alu and Henu there to ensure the trade. And the last player gets mopped up as well. Jano get back to winning ways off the back of their first gun round. Dougie has his AWP. He's got a good spawn as well.
Do it. Oh, he had his chance. Going to choose actually to go behind the top mid boxes. And he did see the player on short, by the way. He did see Henu before he even took the kill on him. Henu tries to jump back across and gets punished for that misgiving. Won't be allowed to stay alive for much longer. But thankfully, they do have Aerial in position. Con player for Jano on Mirage. Try and answer back. Gets his one. Covers it into a 4v4. Soulfly continuing to show presence in lower. Breaking the grate in ladder room. But the bomb is still just waiting to see if Jano goes searching for another kill somewhere. And Alu's now been tagged down to 15. So, information.
Yeah, a minute left on the clock here. Quite a lot of focus in towards mid. Quite a lot of presence shown here for the T side. But they're going to just double back and try and split themselves in towards the, say, bomb site. Maze with the bomb going back around through spawn to join up with Paz. Then they'll link up with the players coming through. Connector. YaLLa is going to be the first point of contact. And he's got Aerial, I believe, in CT, who is low. Might actually be Smiley. Tough to tell. That's a very good flashbang there for Paz to peek off of. Paz has been ruling ramp in these late rounds so far. I love the attention to detail to flash him forward as well. It's going to have to be a breach in towards the, say, bomb site with the time that's left remaining. And it does look like Jano are aware of this, but doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to be able to do anything about it. Smiley gets one back. Has to be more, though. 15 seconds. No smoke for the cross. Smiley will just stand and bang he will. Out the server. 3 frags found for him. Down to a 1v1. Alu's decided to reposition back through jungle with the Zorpia. Does Paz ever anticipate this? He does back out into the smoke, or back out of the smoke into Alu's scope. And that's going to be Jano winning a highly unlikely round. That was looking like it was dead to right for Fireflux. I think it was a 4 versus 2 that Smiley saves.
Incredible work from Smiley there. Let's see a quick replay of that, I hope. Here's Dougie seeing the opening on Henu, as I said, and actually taking it in the end. Good flashing toward ramp there to get that frag for Paz, but Smiley does so much work, way more than you'd expect. And as you say, Alu, that's just years and years of experience right there. Like maybe a different AWPer would maybe get a little bit rabbit in the headlights, playing CT, just stick yourself there in your low HP, but you've got to stay mobile, stay unpredictable when you're low, especially in a retake with an AWP. Alu plays it well, but again, Dougie goes for his mid pick, and again, he is successful, this time on aerial.
Important round here for Fireflux to answer back, because if they lose this, 4-3, no money becomes 5-3. Good patience there from Banjo, recognizing the smoke had been broken open. Not the right moment to peek, just pumps the brakes. Fireflux have been getting mid-control consistently here. Can understand why they've picked this map. You can see they're very comfortable just going through the motions. But how do they pivot here from mid-control into a bomb site? Smiley should be dead. Soulfly is so ready for this. Smiley's gonna peek a Trav. He's gonna. He can't help himself. Oh, but he's gonna win the gunfight out anyway.
How does he actually manage that? That's a good readjustment there on the pre-aim. Maze will take YaLLa as well. I know Smiley's still toward window, and Henu's found 2 in the meantime, by the way. Alu still CT. Paz waiting in ramp, trying to push forward. Bomb seen on the cross. 2v2. Smiley should get a freebie here, but hang on, it's not free anymore because Alu's gone down to Paz, and Dougie has pulled out the Glock to take the final kill. That was dirty.
Yeah, Alu, you can see that flick shot looked a little bit labored when the player jumps across the triple. Looked a little bit slow to the pace of that one. Dougie again finding an opening kill with the Zorp. Henu nearly recovers the round here for his team. A very good double found from him. Alu and Smiley don't really combine the best way they could have. I think Smiley needed to be a little bit more active. You were actually even calling that kill free, but he just didn't decide to commit. It would have been if he had, but he didn't. So he doesn't even get the kill. Fireflux get the round, and that paints Jano into a very awkward economic situation. Got one monster on the side, Trav. In fact, is that 2 monsters on the side of the table, 1 in the middle? That sends you off your rocket, Trav. I know how much you love beverages on the table.
Can you drink them, or are they only for commercials?
No. Free to drink. Don't you worry, Alu. I mean, Trav.
Listen, he's in the server. I had to do it.
No, fair enough, actually. It was a good one. Good throwback. That's like one of those things that eventually could be lost with time, you know? Only the OGs would really remember that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm seeing like Fortnite nostalgia on TikTok right now, even though I never really played the game.
Can't be real. Can't be
it's
real.
Like, that game shouldn't be nostalgic. Come on, guys. It's still clearly was only released 2 years ago. Clearly.
Nostalgia requires some sort of culture, and Fortnite's never had any of that.
Unfortunately, I think it actually has, with all the collabs they've done over the years, but I get what you
Not
mean.
as far as I'm concerned, Trav, and I'm the one with the microphone, so
That's a
what are
good
you gonna
point.
do about it?
That's a good point. Right, for Fireflux, what have we got for you here? It should be 5, but...
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to say but now Soulfly has gone searching, and he's cleared out the B-bomb site. Has is still waiting for that top mid aggression. I'm going to flick down and find Aerial comfortably, and there is Henu, but he should get found or traded. You really want to try and go for something with the AWP holding the angle, and Duncan will take that one comfortably. Molotov should
What are they
deal
even
with
doing?
Smiley. And yeah, I don't really see the need to push into for these kills, because this was actually a full force, by the way, for the Finns.
Yeah, exactly. And they know he's here. They know YaLLa is here. Just waiting for him. Eventually, he's forced into the peak head, taken off. I think it was one of those like situations where you're better off just committing to the save, cutting your losses, and calling it a day as soon as you lose side control. Even after Henry gets that kill on Catwalk with the FAMAS. Just fall back, 4v4, I get it, but over the forced up weapons, you have something to work with here in this following round. Now, it's just going to be USPs. How much of a problem is it going to be that Fireflux have the handicap trap? Because it doesn't look like it's going to be a huge issue at the moment.
No, right now it's looking pretty decent. We could be going to technically what we would say is a third map decider. Dougie and Soulfly will clear up all the eco kills. They'll be loving that one. Guaranteed at least a tie on the half now. Just a little bit of a reminder as well that the veto graphic on HLTV, it did look a little bit funny for a second. Because obviously there are only 2 maps in the series. It's been fixed now, I believe. But if you check that at the beginning of the game and maybe misread the veto because of the first map being a forfeit, and I can confirm this is the one map that's a pick in the actual played maps in the series. Fireflux have taken their go on Mirage. You know, take their default, which was Train, so it's not in the pool. Decider will be Inferno, if necessary, and that Decider will only need that one map to get there. If Jano do fall foul of the Fireflux firepower.
Or Soulfly looking to try and find a way forward here. How much does he commit is the question. Is he looking for a flash to go through the smoke, or is he just trying to keep pressure on his opponents? Dougie with the Glock. What is he doing in middle with the AWP? He's got no support. Yeah, that is probably not an ideal place to find yourself up the creek without a paddle. At least he still gets a kill, though. This is chalk, Trav. 3v4, you're not getting back into this bomb site, boys. I'll tell you that much right now for free. I won't even charge them for that information.
I mean, listen, they could play pretty good exit kills here. And the thing is, there's no kit. They're getting all the kills, but they just can't go for it. They are trying to push in for it, but there's no time, surely. Okay, Henry's picked up one. Henry's picked up a kit. They can actually hold this, and they can win the round. There's a chance they can win the round, Matthew! And they have. Oh my god.
Alright, well, clearly my advice isn't even worth 2 cents. I gave it for free, and it still wasn't even right, Trav. Good lord, Jano, thankfully they didn't listen to me, not that they could have, but that was a very successful retake. I guess my one sort of saving grace is I didn't know there was a kit on the floor, so I didn't have that info.
I didn't see it either.
Jano did. Jano did know that, and that's what makes the difference, man. Very good decision making from them, scooping up the kit, smoke on the bomb, and just jumping on that defuse.
And he'll get himself into a room, but he has been seen by Soulfly. We'll do a little bit of chip damage toward Aerial and top of connector. Aerial still living in 2017 using the UMP. Don't blame him.
Yeah, he hasn't moved on, Trav. He hasn't moved on. No one told him, bro. It's like the worst SMG now.
It's actually alright. Really.
I know. It's just the MP9 that's better, but still. Yeah. Just for comedic effect, I really wanted to exaggerate. Good kill there being found. Player boosted into snipers nice and early. And that's going to cause such a problem now for Jano. Maze, those are your teammates. I guess he's just trying to cover them as they come through the smoke from Catwalk. They will be able to emerge successfully. YaLLa burns out. And that's going to be a successful side take.
It did look vaguely amusing, him smoking his teammates off like that, absolutely perfectly. But yeah, there was a plan behind it, as you can see. They were on the A bomb site comfortably, found the sandwich player. Burial will find a kill with the UMP, getting the drop on Paz, but getting more from that position is incredibly unlikely. And despite that heroic defuse in the previous round, I'm not seeing anything happening here. No miracles on this occasion for Jano. Should be a 6-4, turning into a 7-4 for Fireflux.
And no finances for Jano either, so should become 8-4 ultimately. It's going to be very difficult. We haven't really seen enough yet from Jano to believe that they'll have what it takes to fight back on this T side either. At least Aerial can upgrade. There was a while ago, many years ago, where you may have had to just have a little bit of a think before you dropped your UMP for an AK.
I know.
Sometimes the UMP felt better.
I mean, we were seeing it used over a FAMAS all the time, and sometimes even over one of the M4s. That was one of that periods of time, the era without the or the era of the bad A1S. I can't remember. There was definitely a long time where the A1S was not chosen whatsoever.
Yeah, it was obsolete, right? Completely obsolete.
Yeah. And it came back with a vengeance.
Let's see what Aerial can do here with the saved AK. Oh, yeah, you can kind of understand. He's looking to be proactive. He's not happy. He was very frustrated there, just about the timing alone. I don't know if it necessarily warrants that sort of frustration, but maybe just a accumulation of things at this point. Smiley forced out into the open. Very good util usage. You wouldn't say Fireflux have just lost L-Trap.
No, I think this is a good sign for them, right? I've got to assume that Maze is taking over some IGL responsibility here. He has done that on past teams. And there we go. Quick BRB, headset off.
I wonder what to do, Trav, after drinking 3 monsters in a row.
Yeah, that seems like it can be deduced, let's say.
What I will say is, I actually really like the T-side piece together there from Fireflux. They run a lot of the similar sort of openings, but it's their mid-rounding that's actually changes quite a lot throughout that half. We saw a lot of the time they'd boost them up in snipers, try to go up through con into A. Sometimes they'd send a few players back and they'd breach through ramp. Sometimes it was just Paz coming up ramp while the team was coming through con. But there was always emphasis on middle, and Fireflux just bossed middle throughout that whole half. Jano never even got a foothold in middle.
Yeah, and it says a lot that the way Dougie played it, right? He was playing very free. We're going for those basically most common pick in the game. Going for those window picks and the short picks with the AWP top mid. It's basic, but when you felt confident doing it with all the utility set, it's very effective.
Don't worry, Maze, we can all wait for you, brother. You take your time now. Cup of coffee, perhaps? Probably not, though, after 3 monsters. Maybe a glass of water, Trav.
That sounds like my kind of drink.
I think after 3 monsters, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah, as you know, I will highly respect the white monster, but I'm gonna tell you right now that if I had more than half of it, I think I'd go insane. So palpitations would begin. Like people who can drink a whole can of those things are just built different, in my opinion. Like,
I mean, are they, or do they just punish themselves? Because I think there's a fine line between the two, Trav. And sometimes it looks the same.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
But either way, hopefully not going to be too long before we do get here once again. Unfortunately, we were robbed of the first map of the series because Fireflux were busy with another game that ran over time. So they had to forfeit the first map. At least they didn't have to forfeit the second. They still get a chance here in the contest. Win on Mirage, they take us to Inferno as the third. Do you remember there was a time where Jano had like a 23 map loss streak on Inferno? Or something like that?
Yes, I actually do. Yeah, I was thinking about that myself when I saw Inferno on the Vita, obviously. And I don't think this is the same core as back then, so I don't think I can go back and check it. But I look at all time.
I got it, yeah. Smiley was in the roster, and Alu was on the roster.
Okay, so not a core, so I can't find it on the recent results. Unlucky. But it was something ridiculous, like 17 in a row, I'm pretty sure.
21, Trav. 21
wow.
in a row.
Okay.
Just checked it now.
Thank you.
21? Losing in
usually it's me who does the checking.
Yeah.
So
I was on the ball this time, yeah. Alright. We are live. We're underway here once again. Jano going to look to try and keep things fairly simple, but they do have that extra avenue of entry in towards that B bomb site. In fact, Henu's going searching. He's all the way up connector right now. No one's even looking in this direction for the CT side. They are so far committed into the bomb sites themselves right now. And does this actually kind of lure Jano to maybe move away from this B bomb site? Are they thinking maybe there's a stack on B right now? Henu can't actually do much about it. He's going to have to give the fact that he's there away by breaking the vents open. And that forces Banjo to get back in this direction. It's making life pretty awkward for the CT side, but Henu will go down. And so will the lion's share of the Jano players. There will be a couple kills that come back, though.
Banjo doing well to stay alive. There should be, just staying alive, what he does there is, I would say, enough, but maybe not, because Aerial's found him. 2v2. YaLLa is 10 HP, so 1 bullet from death, but he still found Dougie. Now Soulfly, he's usually the main man for this team, and Jano looks like they want to double swing him. Low HP player will swing first, there's the information, but he's not been able to connect that 1 bullet. He has now, though, and he needs 1 more, and he'll take the head off of both. Fireflux had all the control of the pistol round until the very end there. Thankfully for them, Soulfly wrestled it back.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation. Maybe awkward's not the right word. It's a pretty interesting situation that Jano find themselves in, with Henu being able to make his way up connector and into snipers completely undetected. And then it's like, okay, how are you going to use this position now? Do you try and bring the players back through secrets or through lowers in towards connector and then you go A from there? Or do you commit to that big flank? Do you try and fake? And I don't know, like shooting the vents open and giving away the position, you're never really going to be able to get anything done, Trav. I don't think... That probably would have been towards the bottom of the list of things I would have wanted to do from there.
Yeah, fair enough. But we're all experts after the event, aren't we? So, you never know what they had in their minds. We're not in the team speak. But I agree with you still. Can you remember one thing we've strongly disagreed on between us? I'm just too agreeable. I just start disagreeing with you, I think.
We do sometimes in soft ways, but I wouldn't say there's ever been anything super hard. Oh my god, we can't even come to a middle ground at this point. The duo's falling apart. It's over for us. Pack it up, boys. Trav and Hayes. No, I can't actually think of something, honestly.
Yeah, I'm going to start disagreeing with you now for the sake of it.
Well, I've had that a lot in a couple of my casts in the past few months, Trav, and I don't enjoy it that much, I'll be honest with you.
Okay.
Just not for the sake of it. I mean, if you got a reason to, sure. Well, you just have to be a contrarian, though.
What I do agree with, which I'm sure you'll agree with me with, is this is actually pretty good pathing from Jano in this round. They've actually managed to find a way onto the A-bomb site. They've already got aggressive control in towards CT. Fireflux kind of left it open, playing a few more players over toward B and window. The Palace push was the main factor that Jano had to deal with, and Alu took that headshot. And once they had a player in CT, it caught off the second kill. So, comfortable buy round for Jano, but it needs to be more than just the one, obviously.
Yeah, but like you say, just good decisions being made, the way they bob and weave through the round, getting into that A-bomb side, catching Fireflux completely off guard. Just has to be way more than that. Like, that's not very replicable, I'm afraid, but at least it is a round on the board. How much do they actually hunch here? Because Banjo... Is he going to get a contest offered up to him? Alu's going forward. There's more than just Alu here. And Alu's found a frag. Scout gets a tag. Wow. At least Dougie stays alive. But they're removing M4.
Actually got two tags there, but no kills, unfortunately, for Jano. Or for Fireflux, sorry. And they will stay all 5 alive, which is critical for their future money. You can see a little wipe of the mouse there. hair on there, maybe. Happens to the best of us. Dougie. That is a good way to start, though.
Yeah, very good
Scout.
way indeed.
Headshot. Satisfying indeed. Dougie will push all the way through. Past bench, and Paz, even though he's burning under belt, has actually done quite well to find his 1-for-1. Dougie will be able to get away. Just. And the damage done to YaLLa. 4 HP after that smoke spam from Soulfly. And he actually manages to clear Alu as well. I'm not sure how he's been able to get away with that one. That's
sacrilege.
Pure individual errors there from Jano.
Yeah, Alu should have had that kill dead to right every day of the week because he makes the perfect move, but he just doesn't have the mechanics to find the kill. Maze on the big flank. He's going to take down YaLLa. It's only Smiley left remaining, and not for much longer either. 11-5. All starts off the back of Dougie's opening kill. He's 14-6 right now, delivering the goods. And then he just continues to make moves through the bench smoke towards triple. Drops a smoke there. Gets forced back into CT, but he's constantly being active and difficult to contain. Solid work from Fireflux, immediately getting themselves back to winning ways, and now just 2 rounds away from taking us to Inferno.
Listen, like I know it's only Jano, with all due respect, and I know he's in the positions to be the star, but I'm just convinced Soulfly's got something, an opportunity one day in like a top 15 team in the world. Around that level. It might have to be when Eternal Fire need to move, or Aurora, sorry, need to move on from someone, who knows, but yeah, I'm convinced that won't be for a while, but I'm convinced it's a possibility for him. We'll get another 1-for-1 in this round.
Maybe we could start to look at like a second top flight Turkish team. Is that fathomable?
I don't think
maybe
so.
in like 3 years from now. Problem is an IGL. Like that's the main issue. Either way, guess that's something we could pick up on when we've got a bit more time. It's an important round here. Oh, Banjo peppering the smoke, just narrowly misses out on the players actually planting the bomb there. Jano looking to hold on here. 2 versus 3, bomb down. Fairly decent post-plant positions as well.
Smiley and YaLLa, great chance of taking this one. There's a bit of information taken by YaLLa, but there's a CT player. Oh, the jiggle is so frustrating for him. It might still set up the jungle player, though. And that should be enough, you would think. But hang on, Banjo, he's got a defuse kit. He can hold it behind triple. YaLLa, are you going to push for this one? You are not. You are not there in time. And Banjo says YaLLa and bye-bye.
I know we're always an expert after the fact, but still, like, I feel like you just have to read into the fact that he's just going to be sticking the defuse with the amount of time that's left on the clock and the flash that's been thrown as well. You don't have the luxury of waiting 2 seconds before you decide whether or not you want to try and have a little gander at what's going on, because that's what makes the difference. So, yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there from YaLLa that he does take that little bit of moment, a little bit of hesitation costs him. Good effort from Jano there, despite the fact that we're down 2v3, it does get incredibly close, but it's going to be Fireflux up to map point.
Yeah, it's YaLLa got a couple of important kills there to try and recover that round. He had a pretty slow game otherwise, and unfortunately he just couldn't close it. Couldn't keep them off 12 for much longer. And Fireflux are in a very good position. 12-5. All the weaponry in the world they want, and every single piece working well at the moment, which is the big factor too. I am pretty convinced that when it comes to the fragging, going for Maze will be a improvement overall. As you mentioned, him sort of spotting and hopping from team to team and not finding a permanent home for quite a long time. These sort of month-long stints. I'm concerned whether that could be a case that could happen again. And you asked the question why that is. But, yeah, with the experience with Banjo, I'm genuinely a little bit more hopeful than with the previous team.
Yeah, I am as well. I mean, there were certainly moments with the previous team as well, and now it feels like they've kind of broken the ceiling a little bit, and they can take things to the next level. Nice positioning here from Alu. They're going to be catching Soulfly off guard, kind of gets one back there. So 5 versus 2. This is looking wonderful here for Jano. Problem is, all this does is get them to half the round count of Fireflux. Man, these guys can shoot when they're on. Problem is, we just see it like once every 4 or 5 rounds they put up a round like this.
Yeah, listen, as you mentioned in the pregame, right, I can't criticize them too heavily because it's not a team that are expecting to get real deep runs in these tournaments. They're kind of just playing for fun in a way. I think recently they did try and prac a little bit more, knowing they had a VRS ranking that was good enough, right, to at least compete with the core at sort of, or at least getting invites, I mean. So, but I'm not so sure for the future how it's really going to go. Of course, you do question how many years YaLLa's got left, but he's playing for fun. He's enjoying it. It's all playing pretty okay, actually, for how many years he's been playing the game. Banjo will get 2 on the exit. Won't change anything in the following round, though, because they're on an eco. Those 2 kills just give him a little bit extra dollar for the full eco and the nades that he'll need in the round after. Travis Law, haha, hi.
Just emerging again. Showing his little face.
I do have a little face, thank you.
No, yeah, that's true. Not what I was getting at, but fair enough. Jano, they're going to play against the Force Buy here. Kind of makes sense. Fireflux didn't have enough money in the bank to commit to the full save and then get a gun round afterwards. So it's just going to be them emptying their pockets. Jano got to make sure that they don't slip up here against this Force.
Yeah, surprisingly, I've actually gone all in on this one, but I get it with a couple of players double eco. It's, I'm not going to pull it against them too much. Good catch from Banjo. It's a free AK upgrade, but it's not like he can do any more with the defense toward B because the bomb's already down and he's mollied off toward ladder. Will manage to retreat, but YaLLa's being a bit of a nuisance right now. He's gone all the way behind, through TV room, up to top mid. And I'll be hearing quite a lot of what's going on here. There's 1, should be 2, very calm. I wouldn't expect anything less from God YaLLa himself.
Yeah, there we go. Reinvigorating the name. And then next round is an eco. 12-7, 12-8. You win the gun round, 12-9. You see where I'm going with this, Trav?
No.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. There's no way I'm going to make the comeback happen.
I'm convinced they don't, yeah. I'm convinced we're going to go to a 3rd, which is technically the 2nd, but you know why.
Yes, I
Just
do.
a little bit of
a Dougie.
A little bit of a reminder as well, Matt, that we did actually hope we'd see one more game tonight, but Rage, the Kazakhstan team that I mentioned to you the other day when we covered Delta, one of those Kazakh teams that are kind of exciting and got a couple of players. Fortuna is the guy on that team that is one to watch. Yeah, they had to forfeit because they had a clash with a CCT game, which they prioritized. So, fair enough.
Yeah, but it means we've been deprived.
We have been deprived of the Fortuna Masterclass.
So I'm just hoping, that this series makes up for it. Give me all the rounds, all the overtimes, all the drama, all the entertainment, and perhaps this could be one of those rounds.
Oh my god, he's picked him. Oh my god, the USP's got a kill. Oh my god, Soulfly has picked up the AK. He's picked up the AK, Matt, and he's got one more kill somehow. And Ariel is the guy that was dinked from early on after getting his 1 frag. They've only got 1 kill in the round. And Dougie says, you know what, I'm going to keep it that way. 13-7 out of absolutely nothing.
It feels like that's so classic of Jano, though, with all due respect, because we saw some really good rounds from them, super compelling, convincing rounds on the T side. 2 that come to mind, the one where they part their way through, connect onto the A-bomb side, and then the other one, I think, where they ended up on the B side, but regardless, looked very good. But then you also have rounds like that, where they just fall flat on their faces, very uninspiring, and Fireflux will ultimately have leveled up the series.
Yeah, put very simply, right, that's what Fireflux have. They're not an amazing team right now. They're still got a long, long way to go. I appreciate their change in sort of leadership and maybe philosophy, sort of moving on from the Sensei core and getting a chance with giving Maze another opportunity. But they do have that X factor. They still have a Soulfly. They still have, you know, work from Banjo, very, very many occasions. And Dougie actually had a really good game too. So I have a little bit of promise for this team now as for their future, but their immediate future is a decider on Inferno. And I would probably expect, which is one of the few occasions, Matt, in Counter-Strike history, where we will see a forfeit for map 1 and then them actually winning 2-1 anyway.
Yeah, the one sort of bonus, I guess you could call it, for Fireflux was that the map that was forfeit was Jano's map pick of Train. And
yeah,
that meant that it's almost like they lost their opponent's map pick and then they win their map pick and win the decider is kind of the line of thought here. But they've had to be flawless. They had that pressure coming into them off the bat, Trav. And you're right, it's unlikely. It doesn't normally happen this way around. But it does seem like that should be the case.
Yeah, exactly. I think, as you saw on the scoreboard there, Soulfly, our main man, we know for a fact that, you know, listen, with all due respect, it is only Jano. We need to see him do that against some good Tier 2 opposition as well, and maybe even some Tier 1.5 opposition one day. But that's what we want to see from him, and I'm really happy to see it. So we're going to go to a break, and we'll catch our second map of the evening, and our last, unfortunately. See you in a minute.
She said she loves you. But she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm seeing Joe like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still through the
YaLLa Compass 2024 champions.
YaLLa, let's go!
A stunted day with not as much action as we would have wanted, of course, in the evening games. One not existing at all due to a forfeit, and one, of course, losing opportunity to see Jano and Fireflux on train. But Jano will take that every day of the week because it means they have a chance to play their third map decider of Inferno. A chance in a decider, sure, but Fireflux are plainly the better team right now.
Yeah, for me, it didn't look like Fireflux were much better than Jano just because it was Mirage that the two teams were playing against each other on. You could just see that there was a disparity between the individuals within the teams, within the depth of the rounds that they were playing, how many more extra details there were in their approach. So I think you could have put these two teams up against each other on any map, and Fireflux should be able to beat them. With that said, they do enjoy Inferno. They played it 12 past 3 months. They actually beat Passion UA on the map a couple days ago, Trav. 13-11, they beat Nexus as well. 13-8, they beat Alliance. So, yeah, I think Jano are in some deep trouble right now.
Yeah, I mean, the wins for Fireflux on this map are very notable. Mainly for me, because they, historically, with Skrunk leading the lineup, right? When it was the old Sangal with, like, you know, Sensei and Paz and the original core from way back then, when they had Kyubi as well, if you remember, they were a very, very good Inferno team. And Skrunk, I think, was a very, very good in-game leader on Inferno in Tier 2. Obviously, we're not in that world anymore with Maze in the roster, so we'll see if they can continue that without him.
I do want to clarify, I did make a mistake. It wasn't a few days ago, it was just over a month ago. It was the 29th of March, not the 29th of April. So that's what caught me off guard. So it's actually been a while since we've seen Fireflux in the server on Inferno. It is May. It caught me off guard, Trav.
It's May
Good
Day,
Lord.
literally.
We're nearly like halfway through the year.
Shut your beautiful
Why does
face.
this always surprise us every single time? Like, does it... I don't know. Do you ever grow used to this, Trav?
No.
Asking the people who are older than me? I don't know. Anyway, Fireflux looking to breach their way into the safe bomb site. They do find a kill, a frag in response. Bomb plant taking some time, though. And Jano don't want to give that time away.
Yeah, Alu now 6 HP, had his bell rung, and that is not exactly a very nice thing to have happen. He shouldn't be able to get any more done, and he cannot. It's Henu. 1v4 it would be. He's got an HE. He's going to use it and hope for the best, but unfortunately no one was tagged up, so Paz will just be tagged down to 57. There is a crossfire available. If Henu wins this one, I will gift you many, many things, Matthew. So unfortunately for me, Banjo will take the kill.
Got to be careful with that, Trav. You have offered me a Fnatic hoodie before. And,
I have, and then I sold it to someone.
And then you sold it, yeah. Fair enough. At least it went to somebody who clearly desperately wanted it, so I can get on board with that. But either way, good work there from Fireflux to open up with a pistol round win here. There was a decent contest from Jano, but it just felt like they were never really within a chance of actually winning the round. Gonna force buy here in response. SMG's upgraded pistols is what they have at their disposal. I feel like the RNG of the pistol round is something that Jano almost have to rely on, which I know is just doesn't make any sense because how can you rely on RNG? But I feel like that's where they have their best opportunity to actually catch Fireflux. And the fact that they haven't been able to win a pistol here is a big problem, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough. Soulfly will take top banana with his teammates. They have stack 3 toward A, have Jano in this one. There's a resmoke available for YaLLa, but with Henu tagged down to 24 already, how much it's going to stop them if they do decide to burst together remains to be seen. Actually playing it pretty patiently. They'll decide to go right here, right now. Henu will be blinded up entirely, but there was a good counter flash coming through. And Soulfly, maybe a bit of team damage there toward Maze, to unfortunately catch that one. But even though YaLLa has found a ridiculous smoke... What?
Oh!
He's found 2 smoke bangs. 1 and 2, and the second on Banjo, actually giving them a 3v2 out of absolutely nowhere. I like this from Soulfly, because he knows he's getting pushed up from Banana, and Aerial has somehow found that kill on pass through that smoke. It's Soulfly now to clutch it, and he realizes that he doesn't really actually have a say in this one. He's barely even trying to deny the defuse. Tries it once, but it's going to be held, and YaLLa, with 2 deagles through a smoke, has recovered an unwinnable round.
And then ultimately, even a 3rd smoke kill sprinkled into the mix there as well when they catch that other Fireflux player. Oh man, that is ridiculous. That was the first one from YaLLa. We're going to see the second as well. The second one was a drive-by, Trav. He was literally busy moving. My goodness, Banjo's got a... I know, but that's because of the movement and accuracy actually helped him out there. Man, YaLLa got to count himself lucky. Banjo, not so much. Can you do that again though, Trav? 12 more rounds. That's what they need.
True, exactly right. RNG on their side. Frustrating one for Fireflux, because they kind of didn't do anything wrong in that round. With a slightly messy take, but they got their 2 for 1. They got the site. And YaLLa was like, well, okay then. I can just do this, because I'm YaLLa. You know, I have the name value. I've been in a major final before.
And this was actually the map on which he had the famous Red Bull clip.
Indeed. Good times, man.
Alright, well. Soulfly going to take a lot of damage. Despite the fact it's an incendiary, it's still punishing. Does a lot of damage there too. I'm going to make it difficult for him to find further impact here in the round. Guns being juggled around for Fireflux as a result of the damage he's taken. I think one of my favorite YaLLa moments still has to be the little birdie on Twitter, Trav. The little bird that he showed everybody.
Yeah,
that's a classic.
Or known as a ball. That too.
Yeah, I don't know. I was just trying to go for the PG option.
Yeah, fair enough. But, yeah, sometimes it does, like, it's kind of crazy to remember, right? Like, people maybe think about YaLLa, think, oh, some people, what major final that he's played in do you have in your mind? Hang on a second, by the way. This is going to be a good hold by the looks of it. Aerial will find with the UMP. YaLLa gets one of his own as well. This is a buy, of course, for Fireflux, so I'll give it the respect of a cast, obviously, rather than talking over it. And Maze, he's found YaLLa, but it's a 2v4, and they've taken deep control of most portions of the map now, with all the time on the clock. Maybe try and hunt for an exit kill to kill them after time, but no, it's going to be okay. But it's still awkward now for Fireflux having a very disconnected economy. But anyway, if you were to ask someone, like, what major final do you associate YaLLa with? It depends when you're from and when you got into professional Counter-Strike and when you started watching it, I suppose. But, like, do you choose, if it's both, do you choose that famous Katowice 2015 one with an IP, or do you choose the Ents run at Kato in 19?
I go with the Ents run myself.
I think I would pick that too, because it felt more like
I don't know if that's recency bias. It also just felt like there was more Finnish identity, obviously, right, with it being a Finnish team. Whereas YaLLa, there was always the identity of NIP, you know, Get Right,
yeah.
Forest, Freiburg, Exist. Like, that was NIP. YaLLa was the placeholder almost, which is what they were almost always cycling through that 5th player. Whereas with that 2019 Ents run, that was YaLLa's teammate. Like, he literally kicked the IGL after that, so...
Yeah, Alexi won't want to be reminded of that, for sure.
Well, I mean, ultimately, he went on to win a major, so everything happens for a reason.
Indeed, indeed. He got his moment in the sun, as he deserves. Right now, Na'Vi are in a weird position, and I do worry for them as we go on. Hello, Soulfly. Once again, say hello to YaLLa. Take the kill with the Kalok, and oh my goodness, they've with the 2 saved weapons, they've recovered, and it even ends with a Banjo Mag 7 kill. What are we watching?
That's the problem with Jano, though. Again, at the same thing on Mirage. I'll say it again here. It's that you get rounds from them, they look super convincing. You're like, okay, maybe there's something to get excited about, and then you just see a round like that, and it's like, yeah, now I remember why we're so low on this team, and just never really expect much from them, you know. What I will say, Trav, just a funny, little tidbit anecdote for the story I just mentioned, or one of my favorite parts about YaLLa was, him literally just posting a testicle on Twitter. Yeah, I know, I'm just a man, I'm just a boy. I've got a very simple sense of humor. Thorin once, oh, wow, I froze for a second. There were 3 kills in Banana. Thorin once asked YaLLa, Trav, mate, why haven't you actually just taken it down? Like, it's been up, everyone had a laugh. Why have you just left it there for posterity forever? And YaLLa just said to him simply, he just said one sentence. This is all he said. He said, because then they win. And it's like, but then who wins? What do you mean then they win? What do you mean then they win? Like,
I can hear that in YaLLa's voice as well,
I know,
dude.
yeah.
In that like deadpan accent, it just makes it ever more funny. That's so good. I love that. Oh. I listen. I do have a soft spot for some of these guys still playing to this day, right? I mean,
yeah,
they are running out. They are running out.
Yeah, the legends, the veterans.
I mean, there's more than you think that have played the first ever Counter-Strike Global Offensive Major that are still playing now. I think I'm pretty sure it's like Crims, Apex, Carrigan, JW, and Rolls as well, which is a bit more of a left field one.
Yeah. Carrigan.
I said Carrigan.
Oh, my bad. There we go.
But yeah, like they are running out now, and that list is getting ever smaller, major by major, and just sort of year by year when it comes to players retiring as time goes on. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe JW is the next one, right? Because he's obviously got involved a lot in the background in Eyeballers rather than just being a player. I think he has given up some of those responsibilities recently to focus more on the playing aspect of things. At least that was recent news this year. Not sure if anything's changed since I last heard, but yeah, it's a very interesting conversation. And I mean, just for example, I'll look it up now and go through the teams with you. GMAC Winter 2013, obviously won by Fnatic. Teams involved, you've got Carrigan and Rolls and Glaive on that Danish team that played that event. You've got the likes of JW on Fnatic. Yeah, Crims on LGB. You've got no one left from NIP still playing professionally. You've got NBK sort of from Very Games.
He's trying, Device. Mate. He's really trying.
He's really trying. Device from Copenhagen Wolves. You've got Twist from SK actually, from the Swedish SK. He's still playing on Alliance, obviously. Yeah. And you've got the likes of Cadian, who played that tournament too, and a couple of others as well. So very, very few and far between now. Snacks as well, can't miss out him.
Yeah, difficult to miss Snacks. Horrible joke, but yeah, that is a very good list of players that you just mentioned, and I love that we do still have some of the veterans in and amongst the scene, right?
Yeah,
I wish there were more.
You think, right?
I miss Shocks. I miss Olaf Meister. I think those are like 2 of the biggest names that I can think of that I do just miss.
Mate, it's okay. Olaf's still on the bench. FaZe needs someone right now. They're on terrible form. Just get him off the bench. Sorry, that was...
Yeah, I was almost just going to let it sit. I was like, all right, Trav, can I have a huff of whatever you're smoking? That copium goes hard.
Look at Olaf's Liquipedia page. It is the most amusing timeline of teams ever. It's literally stand-in, benched, main roster, stand-in, benched, main roster, replacement, whatever. It's a hilarious read. And I realise that's copium. I don't actually mean that, but
I wish we would actually get like proper retirements from a lot of these players, and they didn't just slip off into obsolescency. Actually have like a proper moment, get that recognition. Either way, let's shift our focus back to this round here for a brief moment. It's an important thing to just try and fight and keep themselves in this map. It's the decider. Winner of this then goes 1-1 here in the Swiss stage. And this A bomb site going to be getting a lot of pressure. It's on Smiley, it's on Aerial. They got a crossfire set up, 1 in Mini, 1 in Big Pit. Molly's going to force Aerial out though. This is where Banjo might look to try and deal with the player who's been flushed out into the open, but there's 2 here.
It holds. Soulfly and Paz. Oh, it's a bit of a slower clear from Soulfly, and the long player Paz just ignores that position entirely? Question mark? That's a bit of miscommunication
Question mark.
Yeah, that's a weird one. I mean, Henny slots around brilliantly, but I'm amazed Paz. Maybe just looking where his teammate is on the map and thinks that he's occupied with that one. Maybe he's not going to look at him, but it's kind of, you're in the open, bro. Like, look at that. I mean, should have been cleared properly by Paz and Soulfly together.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's a round for Jano, and one that was a much needed one.
Absolutely. Just to try and keep themselves in the contest here. Can't allow for Fireflux to get too far ahead. We've seen how deadly they are with momentum. Jano start with 3 at B. Early on in the round, dump some utility, try and feign control. They're not actually going to commit to the control. They've just thrown the deep smoke, and it means that Fireflux have to expend a couple flashes of their own to just try and retake that control. But they're going to do it fairly easily here. All the way back up to the top banana, let Jano have their fun, and then they have...
Oh, the flash is really good, but Soulfly was clearly playing anti. That is an important protocol to have when you take banana at any point. Have one player avoiding that flash at all costs. Now, right-click flash will actually come through as well to send Soulfly in toward YaLLa. YaLLa may have that incendiary, but in the modern day of Counter-Strike, that doesn't do a whole lot. They will respect it, funnily enough, because Smiley's here as well. YaLLa, I just not expecting him to be pushing in toward Coffin there. That's a bit of an oversight from Soulfly. A chance for YaLLa to work his way back in, and now Smiley's here too, but they keep missing their shots. And Paz, thankfully, he makes up for that misgiving in the previous round.
Fine margins there. Looked like there might have been a chance for Jano with both those players towards Coffins, but neither of them get a kill. And you're right, Paz has certainly made up for his mistakes and then some. He's 11-3 right now, so I guess we can give him a little bit of room for error. But Fireflux going to make this 5-3 and shatter the back of that CT side economy. Aerial's is going to be trying to save his gun. Banjo against his countryman will go down.
On the conversation, by the way, about players having like a send-off that they deserve, it's a shame that some sports people can never really get that. I think in Counter-Strike, Kenny S was pretty lucky to have a beautiful sort of like send-off at the Paris Major. Not that he was playing, but in front of the whole crowd, he announced it.
Get Right had a pretty qualifying for that as well.
Get Right had a pretty famous one in Cologne 2019. Where he was in front of the crowd and a bit of a tearful moment, right? That was really touching.
Yeah.
But some players just don't get that, sadly.
Exactly. Think of someone like Forrest, just has to announce it on social media, and that's it. Nothing grand about it, which is completely deserved.
Yeah, a grand celebration of his career would have been very fitting, for sure. But there were some great sports people that never really get it either. I mean, just a random example, which I know you'll appreciate. It's just like Rubens Barrichello from Formula 1, Brazilian driver, had an incredibly storied career, won many races, was always a number 2 to the likes of Michael Schumacher, but at the end of his career, a career that should be celebrated, he kind of just like decided himself, look, I'm just going to fade away. Like, it's okay. I don't need to be celebrated. Yeah, I'm just going to say, look, I'm going to do my last race. Maybe I could come back in the future, but I'm not going to make a big celebration or a big deal out of it. I'm just going to let it happen. And some people are just like that.
Fair enough, right? I guess. It was quite funny seeing Smiley push forward with the Zeus there, like clearing out deep angles. I'm just thinking that's probably not going to do too well for you. Aerial has got the hero rifle. He's on the right side. I know there's a player in second oranges. They're just going to force the fight on him. Orp misses a shot, but it's not a problem. Aerial can't do his best Alu impression with the smoke spam. B bomb site has fallen. Plant will come through. And a 6th round ripe for the taking.
And it looks like they are just... Even on this map, right? Sure, it's only 6-3. It's a relatively close game. But you have to kind of remember all the rounds that Jano have found a way to win, right? Like, it's... that Alu double D won't be forgotten. But it might only... kind of tells you that you need something a bit crazy like that to get one over the line. It was a big mistake from Fireflux not to clear a pit as they could have, right, in that round with Paz and Soulfly. So it's taking errors and luck, pretty much, for Jano to get a couple of rounds on the board as they have. Form dictates this should be a Fireflux 2-1. Of course, never played map 1, but weren't able to be here on time. If they did win their game, Matt, in the other tournament, that would have been a decision to make, right? Which is worse for their VRS and which is better for them over the course of 2 different tournaments? Which was the right decision to make? Do you forfeit this one or that one? So, thankfully for them, they lost, which is a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I guess that's true. They didn't have to actually make the decision at the end of the day. It would really suck if they lost that and they lost this, though. That would be worst case scenario. Oh, Soulfly. Yeah, I was going to say, does he expect the player in the corner? YaLLa catches him off guard. He's going to be able to get out of dodge as well. Good way for Jano to start off this all-important gun round.
And he's got the AWP out. And Dougie, though, so has he. YaLLa goes for the jiggle for CT, of course, but shows that wrist for a little bit too long. It's a limp-wristed attempt to go for that jiggle.
Oh.
Now get caught out of the round. And Spanjo, already up mid, already in the long cubby. He's going to get himself... Oh, well, we're setting himself up for 3 kills. But he's got 2, and that should be enough. I say that. Everyone's in a good position. They're not going to expect this reposition, but thankfully for Fireflux, they all swing together towards short, and the combination of Banjo and Paz gets it over... Banjo's damage, and Paz, I should say. Gets it over the line. Henu is too far away, and that'll be 7 for the Turkish core.
I can't figure out if Ariel got caught on the little fence there, or if he was actually intentionally trying to stay in that position, almost in 2 minds maybe, because... I think you have to position yourself a little bit smarter than that. You can't just have them all running into you at the same time. You got to have a position where you can take a kill and then fall back. Maybe play in apartments, catch them off guard for 1, then fall away for the 2v2. Don't think that was the best way for him to go about it. Either way, opening kill for Jano is all they have to really celebrate in that round. Round itself goes the way of Fireflux, and they've now locked in a half win at the bare minimum.
Yeah, and Paz is having a great game. 12-3. There's probably some astute, is that the right word? Astute Turkish fans. I'm not sure if that's the right word. Maybe I'm wrong. But out there that probably think Paz can maybe still do it in a tier 1 team. But after obviously a little period he had with Eternal Fire at one point, and he was benched pretty quickly. Clearly, it sort of wasn't up to scratch. So I do want to see an improvement from him at this level, and I am an enjoyer of his. Actually, I'm a big... Paz is one of the first players I ever covered, I think in like ESEA Premier it would have been called back then, and he had a great clip. One of my first ever clips that I remember saving.
Yeah, the problem is that he's 28. Not that that's a main issue, but it's like there's just not a huge amount of longevity, of course. Soulfly, I mean, what a way for him to just lock down top banana there, finding 3 kills his way. Maybe a little bit disconnected there from Jano peeking individually. Wasn't really expecting a huge amount from this round anyway, though. Not much of an investment. 8-3, tearing ahead. 5 rounds away from getting the job done despite the handicap.
Matt, you say that about the age, right? I think now in the modern day, I'm seeing age become less and less of an issue, I think, which is weird, right? Remember when we, at the beginning of CS2, were like, oh, all the boomers are going to be replaced by the zoomers, and sure, it's happening, like, in a slow manner, somewhat, but the legends who have the minds for the game and are still good individually are still there, like your Apex and Carrigan. And Apex, obviously, in such a well-drilled team right now, mostly down to him, is having an individual resurgence.
It's true. What I will say, though, is that I feel like by 28, 29, 30, you have to be at the top. I don't think you can be at the tier 2, tier 3 scene at that age and then expect to get to the top.
It's a good point, for sure.
Oh, Soulfly.
The utility is so good, man. For Maze, just forcing YaLLa out into the open, and Maze will even hit the headshot on Henu as well. That's what we're talking about, right? Just a overkill of utility and individual firepower for Fireflux for Jano to face. It's not going to work out for them. Ado has to go looking for something. We'll get caught by Dougie just waiting with so much time in the round. Of course, it didn't really matter. Smiley, you can lean into your monitor. You can maybe even climb into your monitor. I don't think you'll be able to do anything about this one.
I've been looking at him and I'm like, mate, you're young still. Your posture is something you want to care about. It's... I don't like to be judgmental because I've had awful posture in the past. I'm coming from a place of love, Smiley. That's not going to help your neck in the long run, mate.
Indeed. And, listen, maybe people will say certain chairs are better, rather than regular gaming chairs for your posture, but I actually maintain pretty decent posture, I think, with my regular gaming chair. So I've really tried my best. Sure, I do sit like a prawn sometimes, but we can't all be perfect.
I do think it comes down to just being cognizant of your posture more so than the chair that you have. Just sitting your 2 feet planted on the floor, your shoulders back, your head straight up, not lowered into the actual monitor itself, having your monitor a decent distance away from your eyes. Those are the main sort of ground rules that you need for good posture. Just go look at Elige, go look at Zorte. These guys have got some of the best posture in Counter-Strike, I reckon.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. You know who I really feel for?
Who's that?
Bondic.
Cypher? Oh. I can't say I've seen Bondic's posture before.
If you look at any of his, LAN pictures, of which, of course, he has many for being around the scene so long, he has a certain sitting style and position, which he still plays, as I saw on a player cam when I covered a Fab Bet the other day, to this day. It's actually... My poor guy, I hope he's okay in the future. That's all I'm going to say.
Do you think it's part of his contract where it's if I ever have any back issues, then I need you, the organization, to cover my medical bills?
I hope it's a bonus for his sake.
Yeah, a known predisposition. Anyway.
Here we go, Soulfly.
Yeah, Julie's making his way forward, but he just shift walks into the angle. That's going to be a free frag for Henu. Double nade doesn't finish off the job, though. They really want to force this frag, and they will eventually finish it off. Was the gun barrel spotted? I don't think so. Paz will be the one to pay, but at least Maze can trade.
Yeah, Ali with a good catch, and YaLLa will manage to frag Dougie out of the round as well. Good work. Banjo and Maze have to recover 2v3. This retake should be impossible with the positions that Jano are playing. But they're going to try and get onto the site quickly before the pit player can play. Oh, Maze! Hang on, this would be sick. Oh, I really wanted it after that first tap on the pit player. Would have been sick. But Jano will get a lifeline.
Yeah, that was a very nice shot there indeed. Unfortunately, just one for the highlight reel. Looked a little bit lazy there from Soulfly walking down Banana, not to really consider that corner before he commits to the push. But good work from Jano to force their way into that A bomb site. Very good setup in the post plants as well. Basically impenetrable. No way back for Fireflux. So they're going to force buy in response here. And these are the rounds that we've seen Jano look pretty bleak in the past. They have to just keep things tight right now.
Yeah, this is the one that is an absolute necessity, and there's a chance they lose it as well, because look where they're going. They're going into the stack of 4 as it stands. Only Paz on Banana. A bit of utility to show presence. Maybe there's more than one player there. So, Soulfly on Banana. It's Paz on Long. And there's the info that they're sort of going up Long. And he doesn't want to reveal anything else, of course, to his opponents and reveal his teammates' positions as well. Aerial, 25 HP. Tagged down over further. Henu tagged down to 60 as well. It's getting a little bit nervy now because Jano played this one very patiently and very calm. But we've got a situation where they're going to have to pull the pin at some point, and they're going to have to go into this 4-man stack. They have not considered going back to Banana at all. In comes the Mac 10. Multiple players on the site to worry about, and it should be by now. There we go. They get the opening too. They know there's a pit player. They can just swarm. Maze does and Banjo do an okay job, but we know that Soulfly was the B player. So they've escaped with 1, finally.
Yeah, YaLLa the key there that unlocks the A bomb site with this double, because that just immediately dissolves the defense. 9-5, an anti-eco to follow. Jano doing everything they can right now. Try and get the win over Fireflux. Going to require some sort of a masterclass on the T-start. I mean, even just look at the numbers right now for Jano. Everybody kind of struggling to keep up with the game. in the fragging department. Aerial's 10 for 9, but outside of that, basically subpar across the board. So these individuals going to have to raise the roof a little bit here, I reckon.
Yeah. Fireflux do need to make sure they stay as a tight unit, of course, because CT Inferno can very much get away from you. Be going for a Felico here.
Little bit of a play being made by Fireflux here towards the top of Banana off the back of a flash, looking for a fight. They can see anybody, but then Henu fires off a shot. That then lures Fireflux back in towards Banana. So, been able to get a kill out of this. Duggy is still on the bomb site with the USP. He's found a frag as well. Okay, not any concern at large in the round because Smiley will be able to job, but at least a little bit of damage.
Well, they've got everything they want. So you even got Dougie on that AWP, of course, with full util on that round where they did force. He didn't buy anything. He had only a default USP. So, well played with the economy. They need to get the round as a reward. Actually, a pre-smoke there from Henu, waiting for that deep banana Molotov. Giving maybe some space to move up. But with that right-click smoke, they've actually just smoked themselves off toward the bottom of banana. If Fireflux could see or know that, maybe they could take deeper control. But Henu will play in front of it, so they do have some form of presence. But in come the nades, and there we go. The classic delayed HEs will take him down to 42.
Jano just taking their time here, getting some controls there in apartments, working on banana right now, even a player towards top mid, smoking off left. So Fireflux don't really have any idea of what's going on right now because there's a lot of presence being shown across the map. And in fact, they've just hard committed to one player on that B bomb site. Who is that? Is that Maze? He's got a molly that he's thrown now. No further utility to try and lock these players out of the bomb site. So he needs some support. Someone's going to have to rotate. It's not like they're committed to the stack off the back of any info. It's actually Dougie who's here, excuse me. He's just posted on the angle. Good frag found from him. Besides against immediately dropping the smoke though, Trav.
Aerial's heard the rotation too long though. That's the biggest issue. Dougie needs to somehow waste the clock, and he's got a support flash, but unfortunately he's missing the shots, of course. Naturally, he hits the most difficult one with a no-scope up close. And Soulfly did take one more kill with a push through the smoke, and with Banjo taking Aerial, that lurk over toward A, the round should be comfortable. Smiley is stuck in Mexico. Paz could even jump in, maybe take him off the time. Could risk giving it a look, but he won't. He'll avoid it. That's honestly, with the way they were set up there, I would have called that a yellow round very often.
Yeah, I reckon as well. I mean, even after you see Dougie missing all of those shots when he has the support flash coming through. But thankfully, he does connect on that last no-scope because that's what drops the bomb. If he doesn't hit that shot, then the round is still wide open, I reckon. But he does hit that no-scope just before he goes down. Not the through, just no time left in the round there for Jano to recover. More than enough money to get the full buy here for Jano. But if they lose this round, then that's basically map and series over. So lots of pressure on the Finnish team right now.
Yeah, has to be now, if you want to stay in the game. Of course, this is the third map beside. I'm still trying to remind myself of that, because we have obviously only covered 2 maps so far. Feels like it's the second map of the series, but no, it is the final map of the series. Dougie has his opportunity, but will miss it, and Maze will continue to jiggle. Soulfly will drop off second orange. That probably was heard by Jano, but can't take advantage of that extra information for now.
again, just Jano trying to work the map, right? Presence middle, presence apartments, now going to work their way in towards mid. Excuse me, presence banana, presence apartments. Now middle is where they head. Got a decent amount of util here still to work with. Dougie is in the very exposed position, exposed to both boiler room and middle. Oh, he tries to go back into the angle, even wants to throw a nade.
Oh,
Banjo's going to save Dougie, and Dougie thinks, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to hang around then.
Yeah, Banjo, this is a great angle, by the way, for the apps push. That's what you just... It's impossible to clear that one. He'll miss the fragments with aerial, though. That makes it a little bit awkward, especially now Dougie dancing around the smoke. But Maze was there to help out. And again, the rotations for Fireflux are on point. Jano could not fight their way through. Bit messy, but it is 11, and they should have a path to 12.
Yeah, and the path to the finish line is simple and direct here for Fireflux. Surely should be able to trip over and get the job done. Very nice hold on that A-bomb site. You're right, it seems like that position that's in there is becoming more popular. I've just seen it more frequently. It used to be something you would see occasionally. But if you've got long completely covered and you've got somebody who's also just holding short to a degree, you can just stand out in the open on that off angle and just mow down anybody who comes through apartments.
Paz making sure to get away. Lucky though, good reaction, and now the setup is really good. That's a nice little flick to the left. He's trying to make it a bit flashier. He knows he's got the time to do it, and he does make it look flashy. There we go. I'll be honest with you, I know it's pistols. I'm going to make a statement. I haven't seen Sensei ever AWP like that. I think it's like, I do think it's a little bit of an upgrade. Obviously, you need to do that on gun rounds a bit more, Matt, but it looks good, right? Look at that.
I do want to kind of go out to bat for my boy Sensei a little bit. I think he's also like got very quick reflexes. Here's something we can disagree on, Trav. There we go. I think Sensei would have been up to the challenge. I haven't seen enough from Dougie to think it's a direct upgrade, but yeah, not saying it isn't.
But I'm just saying that like he's being flashy there for no reason, Dougie, right? Like he's just having fun, pretty much.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just feel like that's something we never really saw from Sensei that much, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I've seen some great clutches from him. He's a great clutch player. I'll give him that. Anyway, they actually have the B bomb site here, do Jano. It's a 3v4, and to prevent Trav's Law, they need to retake this one, and they might be able to. Paz will catch Elu nicely. It's all down to YaLLa now, and Henu. And both of them are struggling. Henu will go down. YaLLa has only got 5 kills in the game. Should be able to pounce on Banjo, but he's not even able to do that. He hits the instant dig, but can't get the following body shot. And Fireflux, despite having to forfeit map 1 due to scheduling conflicts, win the reverse sweep comfortably.
Yeah, and they only lose, what, 13 rounds in total across the 2 maps, so they actually make light work of Jano, and I guess that would have been to be expected. And I just like the game there being played by Fireflux. Never really looked like they were out of sorts, always had ideas, individuals pitched up when they needed them to. Just a strong display coming through from Fireflux as they now find themselves in the 1-1 bracket here in the YaLLa Compass 2025 closed qualifier. Long road ahead. Many spots available. 16 teams, Trav 8 spots, and, well, Fireflux certainly looking for one of them.
Yeah, and personally, even with the changes that, of course, they've had to make, or they've chosen to make, I do think they should be one of the teams to make it through, right? When you look at Eclat, Zero Tenacity, Sashi, Amcal, Monty, you could argue a little bit maybe for Ruby or Sangal or Favbet, because they've got experienced players who play at this tier of Counter-Strike 2, right? I think Fireflux should be in that conversation and should be one of the teams to make it through. If they don't, it's definitely a disappointment. It's a 2-0, of course, technically, but the scoreboard history on HLTV will say it's 2-1. We played 2 maps. Of course, Fireflux won them both, but our map is on the side of Jano via that forfeit, of course, that came through from Fireflux. Soulfly, though, what do we want to see from him? Play exactly like that. 40 and 15, that is just the Soulfly we love.
Remarkable, right? He just ate Jano up in that series, man. That was a festival, or a feast, should I say, rather, for Mr. Soulfly. And just, yeah, very good performance across the board there from Fireflux. You know, I liked some of the things I saw from Dougie as well. I enjoyed seeing Maze operate with this team, especially on the T side of Mirage. I think we saw a lot of cool things coming through from them on that half, just in terms of the way they were mid-rounding off the back of the mid-control. Didn't look like a team who are playing with Maze for the first time on the map, right? Looked like they have had some scrims or some practices. Even if they haven't, the point I'm making is that they clearly mesh and gel pretty well.
Indeed. Unfortunately, we don't have one more BO3, of course, to cover today, because that was another match that got caught by a scheduling conflict. But it is what it is. We'll be back, of course, for more Compass coverage over the next few days. But that is going to be it for us this evening. So we'll see you very soon, and have a nice evening.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Phase me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. YaLLa Compass 2025 season.
If anyone peeks through, they're both dead. They're both dead in the smoke. Bomb drops, popped up behind it at the edge of. Away with a kill, but quick trade back from Aerial. Still good.
YaLLa Compass 2024